so proud.
With him, 169 run, 9th wicket partnership, bowls it there to Harmer, who drops it into the offside, no run. If you missed the start there, 25 minutes late starting, 6 overs lost, so 90 overs as a minimum to be bowled on the final day. It brightened up for a little while after the rain abated. It's filled in again and is pretty dark and gloomy. India, by the way, batting at Edgbaston in the second test, are 13 without loss in the 6th over there. As Curd bowls again and Harmer leaves, and that concludes the first over of this final day. 2 runs added, 35 for 3, Harmer now on to 3 for 3, Harmer now on to 3, and yet to face a ball on day 4. Jordan Cox not out on 14.
Very much a community feel at the York Cricket Club. And the reason I say that, we're surrounded by many 4 rugby pitches, the tennis courts, the squash courts, but downstairs I note in the bar they've got the test match on one television, and not to your surprise, there's rugby union. The Lions are playing, I think, today, and I think they're on right now. So, being such it's a rugby union club up here. Question for both you and Jamie. I mean, rugby league, how far would that be? Sides like Keighley?
Distance-wise, 40 miles, roughly, something like that.
Castleford.
Don't forget, York themselves have got a good setup rugby league-wise, and always have had, so that this rugby league is played strongly in this area as well.
White on his way in from the rugby ground end, most appropriate, and this ball bounces and just catches Jordan Cox on the glove. Bounced, there's no back pad, so there's no worries, but he had a little bit of an inquisitive look, did Cox, not only at his glove, but he's done a bit of gardening a good 3 or 4 metres down the wicket.
Yeah, my younger son Zach plays rugby league, and in his younger days came over to York quite a bit to play against some of the York rugby league clubs. Yeah.
White, so into bowl, and he bowls a decent delivery, which is played on the front foot by Jordan Cox. Incidentally, then, as a father like that, are you predominantly rugby union, rugby league? Does he follow you?
He probably does, in the sense that as a viewer, I used to prefer watching league. We only played union at the school I was at, so I didn't play league because it's certainly pockets of Leeds that had it. But I went to watch rugby league, growing up, and reported and commentated on lots of it as well over the years.
Jack White in bowls, and this is a good length. Possibly just didn't quite bounce as much as Cox thought. It seemed to suggest it just kept a little lower, a little bit different there, but he negotiated it well into the leg side, no run. Yeah, I'm always intrigued to see how that formulates, or the history of it between families. I down south, I only played rugby union at school, and it was a very serious sport where we used to have 3 teams per age group, so it was quite serious. In comes Jack White, decent run, pumping his arms, he bowls. This is a good delivery, played with an open face bat, safely, negotiated well out to backward point where there is no run.
Is that a private school?
It was.
Yeah.
It was, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, obviously there's a massive tradition of union being played in private schools, just like cricket.
Yep. Did you have the opportunity? I mean, I've always enjoyed, we used to mess around pretending to play rugby league. Might not have been the greatest rules for us because we made it up, but we enjoyed it. Do you find in your youth you never had an opportunity as White comes in, bowls, leaves it alone? I'm going to say that was watchful. Very good technique there. There's an ooh and an ah, but alas, there is no wicket. Did you play union?
I played union for all the way through my school life, yeah. I played union. We didn't have a league team. There were obviously league clubs and teams around Leeds, but I also played, I was playing cricket. I did everything I could do, really. When I was at school, I just had to go at basketball and athletics and all the rest of it. But in the winter, my sport was football. So you can't really. It's difficult to maintain playing both, isn't it, over any sort of period of time. So
you would have been a very good fly half.
Well, I did play. I don't know about whether I was very good or not, but I certainly played there. I played centre, I played wing, I played full back, really, for the last few years of school life.
White in, played on the back foot with a straight bat to conclude the end of the over. 35 for 3, so Essex have added 2 runs in this brief play this morning.
Yeah, so we used to play so we were a comprehensive school. We played against the local grammar schools, Bradford Grammar School, Leeds Grammar School, Woodhouse Grove, which is on the border really between the two. And we had a really good record in the first couple of years at high school where we beat all those teams. And then once we kind of got that much older, we had a massive number 8 forward, Big Dave Carroll, and he used to score a lot of tries out the back of the scrum. But of course, when everybody grew a bit, the 2 players that he always was worth for the first couple of years ended up being negated to some extent. Yeah. Here's Ben Code, meanwhile, and that is left by Simon Harmer, and there is no run. I'll tell you what, the first time that it just brings to mind, the first time I ever had any experience of being on air on Radio Leeds, I was 14 or 15 in the old broadcasting house in Leeds, and for whatever reason we were asked as a school to send a few people down, pupils and whatever, and because I'd been on the school rugby tour to France, to the south of France, Easter of 82.
Oh, wonderful.
I had to sit and describe what it's like being on this tour. This might make you chuckle, actually, as somebody who describes what's going on out there for a living these days, as Harmer runs this one down. He played that nicely, actually. There was obviously a little bit of nip, and he got into a good position, and he was able to adjust and get that away through third man for 2. But so it was a big studio, not the sort of thing that you'd ever see anymore, really, with a boom mic hanging down, and it would go around to whoever was speaking. And when it came to, well, Jonathan went to France on a rugby tour, blah blah blah. What was it like, Jonathan? And I remember saying, well, we got knocked out in the first phase, but we went into this plate competition, and we played a team from Berlin in the first phase. And I said, and they were massive, and I'm stretching my arms out above my head to show that they were tall. They were all really massive, these lads. As Harmer pushes back to Code, there's no run, and bless her, the presenter filled in for me and said what Jonathan is trying to describe, which is not great for radio, he's got his arms stretched out above his head, meaning that these guys were really tall. And I suppose that was my first lesson in description on radio, and I was 14.
Really lovely. What a great opportunity. Touring is just wonderful. It's a great experience. It's a great honour to be able, as a young fella or young lady, to go and tour and play in different environments, be it any sport.
Yeah, here's Code into Harmer. It's full and turned to mid-on, and there is no run. I don't tend to do birthday shout-outs unless people send me them in, and because I'm not one of these people who's all over former Yorkshire players' birthdays like some are, and they want to tell you every day that so-and-so was born on this day. But seeing as he's my brother and he did play a first-class game for Yorkshire, happy birthday, our kid. He's a bit older than 29 today.
Right, I didn't know he played first-class cricket.
Here's Code over the wicket and on the back foot. Harmer, well, half forward anyway, punches into the offside. Sutherland fields no run.
One first-class cricket match. It was cricket.
Yes, he played one first-class cricket game, yeah.
Did he? Who was that for?
For Yorkshire.
Against?
The 1990 Indian Tourists.
Okay. Gosh, I would have been around in those days playing. One game. What did he do?
He's probably not listening, because I think he's up Langdale Pike or something like that today at the lakes.
Is that fishing or walking?
Oh, no, it won't be fishing. He'll certainly be walking now. Here's Code, and Harmer right in behind that pushes back to the bowler in his follow-through. End of the over, 37 for 3.
Well, happy birthday, our kid. Does he have a name?
Matthew.
Well, wherever you are walking, you'll be listening to his brother.
Certainly not.
Eh? So was he the cricketer in the family?
He picked me up a few weeks ago. I must have lapsed into using the word wicket instead of pitch for the surface that they play on between the two sets of stumps. And he messaged me in an instant. It's the only message I think I received all season, and it just said, wicket. I didn't even know I'd said it. Wicket. Ralph Middlebrook. He'll be doing his nut if he's heard you. So I'm sure you were, Ralph, if you're listening now.
Well, if I may say so, Jamie, if I may say so, you're listening to Don Topley and the second best cricketer in the Deutsch family, Jonathan.
No, he's not. He's the third. I've got another brother as well.
Jack White coming in as he bowls, and they played off the back foot by Cox into the offside safely. Being very watchful this morning, which is good to see. Essex have to drop anchor and just soak up the pressure in order to try and save the game today. I'm sure there's not really much of a percentage, and if you're a betting man, don't go and put on a bet just now on Essex winning the game. I'm afraid it's not looking that kind of a day. But yeah, you see, you've got two brothers, three fellas and no sisters.
No sisters.
As Jack White's in bowls and played into the offside safely, negotiated it well.
I suppose I should mention Andrew again, seeing as otherwise I'll be told off by Mum for favouring one brother over another. So Andrew plays for Yorkshire over 50s at the moment. So they won the national over 50s competition last year. I went to the final actually. Lovely cricket club, Attenborough CC in Nottinghamshire. They beat Wales in the ECB or
50s.
50s, yeah.
Because 50s, 60s, and 70s are probably one of the most advanced, or in terms of numbers, it's the most improved in terms of playing and participation in cricket. This is played off the back foot, out to backward points, safely off the back foot, no run.
That's some good long-term league cricketers in those teams. And I mean, last year in the final, Lesroy Weeks played for the Yorkshire side actually. So there's some former county players.
Yeah. Nasser Hussein's brother Mel plays in the over 60s, has played for England over 60s. He keeps himself quite fit. He's one chap. Stuart Turner, who would be well into his 80s, played a lot of club cricket and older age group cricket in his later years, played off the front foot. This time White drags Jordan Cox forward, still fiddling around with his gloves. I don't know if he's a bit of concern from that earlier ball that hit him on the gloves.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, it's good to see. I mean, as you'd expect at that age, players are not as mobile as they used to be. But it's amazing to see seam bowlers still at 50 odd who are still getting it through at a fair old pace, one or two of them. And obviously, batting's probably the best thing, isn't it? Because it's at least hazardous on the body, unless you take a short one in the face or something. And they can, still got hand-eye coordination. You can still play.
White in, Cox comes forward. Another good delivery, searching around a bail height, probably on the offside, and there is no run.
What I can imagine, as somebody who hasn't played, at that over 50s county level, is that because they're, by that age, lots of players have retired. It must be still great to go and play a good standard of cricket of people of your age who are still playing, and probably have a lot of reminiscing about back in the day when they were a bit younger and they played either with or against each other, no doubt as well.
Very much so. Ball keeps a little bit low. I'm going to have to say, I thought Jordan Cox was possibly a little, not lazy, but he was a little bit late in coming forward. So that helped the delivery looked a bit more penetrating. But at the end of the over, 37 for 3, we have Jordan Cox on 14 and Simon Harmer, who came in. It'd be interesting to see. If you ask Simon, he probably says he was put up the order, where a few of the others might say he was a night watchman last evening. He's on 5. 37 for 3, Essex, but still in a long way in arrears.
Yeah, the delayed start's kind of thrown our little three-way rotor a little bit out of kilter as well, but we'll sort something out soon and get Jamie on. As Code is in again and Harmer right in behind that. So Essex, they'd faced 16 overs last night, 4.1 this morning with no major alarms, but just that little sign there that Jordan Cox in the previous over found one that dipped a little bit on him off the surface. It might not be that easy with the ball after some moisture, only in the sense that they reckon this kookaburra goes soft more quickly, and so with a bit of still it's still a bit of rain or whatever from the outfield as it's skipping over it towards each fielder. There's bound to be picking up a bit of moisture. That might not help things in that respect.
But Yorkshire were rightly keen to get out there at first opportunity. You know, you don't mind bowling in the DAP conditions because Yorkshire, listen, if they don't get out there, they got no chance of winning.
Oh yeah, you'd much rather be out there and just whatever you can in terms of playing time. Whatever you're bowling at the opposition, they might get out. It's Code again over the wicket. Harmer, who's played nicely so far this morning, been very watchful. He's on 5 and defends again. There's, as you might expect, a smattering of spectators in. It's not a bad crowd, but maybe
there's a few hundred, under the corporate tent. Now, Jonathan, last night, who was up for interview and what did they say?
I did a joint interview actually with the man who's bowling at the moment, Ben Code and Matthew Revis. Code in again, edged by Harmer, but short of first slip where Sutherland curiously is positioned rather than the usual George Hill. He's kind of he got away with one a little bit there, Simon Harmer, but to be fair to him, he didn't go out the ball. It was soft hands, and we've seen throughout the match what happens. To answer your question, Ben Code, just obviously happy to be out there and be a part of a massive stand was kind of his way of saying things, really. As he's in again, and Harmer right in behind it once more, and no run. Tried to throw all the accolades on Matthew Revis, who was fairly understated, but I asked him if it was the best he'd ever played, and he said, I hope so, yes. Which maybe was a pop back at me to say, well, of course it is, you daft idiot. I don't know. But he did play really well, and proud moment for him, first Division 100, so he knows he can do it at this level now.
Oh, he was so proud in the hotel.
Code in again. Oh, Harmer, has he got him here? He's gone. Simon Harmer gone, caught by Abdullah Shafiq. Out at gully. I didn't know if it had carried or not from this angle, but it has. And Yorkshire are in and among for the first time on the final day, and Essex in some trouble at 37 for 4. Simon Harmer gone for 5 and a third wicket of the innings for Ben Code.
What a catch. That was a very well taken catch at backward point. Harmer's just played a bit of a shot there off the back foot, but he isn't able to keep it down. And who was the catcher?
Abdullah Shafiq.
Yeah, Shafiq took a fantastic catch. Quite low, it was going down, and he dived a little bit to his right, and he snaffled it. I have to say that was a marvellous catch. And, when things are happening for you, and things are happening for Yorkshire right now, since yesterday afternoon, and it's been good to see for them. The local folk will be so pleased. No more than the bowler, Ben Code, who's got another wicket. 37 then for 4.
37 for 4, and Simon Palmer obviously went in last night to night watch, but we know he's a significantly better player than a lot of night watchmen that would go in. And he's done a job for a little while, but I'm sure if you are listening in with an Essex persuasion, then you'll feel he's done it for a little while, but not long enough, because you'd have wanted him to go as deep as possible today. He hasn't been able to do that. Jordan Cox is on strike. Matt Critley has joined him out in the middle. He's at the non-striking end. That was the final ball of the over, and it's Jack White and toppers for the next one.
Jack White on his way in, running hard, and this is to Cox. Cox comes forward, plays with a full face into the offside, and there is no run. Lots of noise, lots of energy, as you would expect. 37 for 4. Don't worry about the overs. We're in the 23rd overs. It's a battle. It's a battle. Not many in the blue seats today. Quite a few under the corporate tent, which is at Long On. A few by the walled garden, which looks very elegant. White in, little straighter, played into the leg side, finds mid-wicket. There is no run. Yorkshire boys are rubbing the ball, trying to make sure that there's no dirt or grit or anything other than a decent opportunity to polish the ball. It moves to mid-on and now to mid-off, who uses the sleeve of his yellow and blue collared and cuffed jumper of Yorkshire, sky blue. In comes White with a slip and a gully, and this is two slips really, as it's played onto the front foot to mid wicket. There is no run, no defining clouds. We've just got a thick set of grey sky. No opportunity to see a sun. We haven't seen a sun for a couple of days actually. Meanwhile, down in the south, it was another extremely hot day, but they've had rain overnight. Much welcomed, certainly in Suffolk and Essex. White, 2 slips waiting, comes in, bowls, and this ball may have just kept a little low, but I do have to say, is Cox coming forward? I sense he wasn't. So that was a dot ball, 37 for 4.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't going forward, was he? So just going to have to be careful there. He's already seen one in the previous over from Jack White. Just kept a little bit on the low side.
Thank you, Jonathan. You saved me out of a cough. I knew it was coming. I tried to get through the ball before I finished. White turns. Number 19 on his back. Cox waiting. This time he does come forward. Not a big man, probably average height, but he's come forward there and negotiated that ball in exemplary fashion.
Andrew in Newmarket, I used to work down there a bit. The scrum in rugby union is pretty well obsolete. He says no one seems to put the ball in straight. Might as well copy league. Yeah, well, I mean, league don't even have them anymore. That stopped during COVID and has continued that way. But for many years, they were pretty open, really. In rugby league, it wasn't about trying to win the ball at the scrum. It was just a way of getting 6 players from each team out of the way to create some more open space on the field.
Yeah. White in. This is down the leg side. I think that's come off bat. He's looking for 2. He turns it down. So 1 run to Cox. We look at the umpire, and it did come off Cox's bat. 38 for 4.
George Hill, he's going back on to the field. Will Bennison was 12th man yesterday. And I think I'm right in saying that it's Owen Smith who's just come off, so he must be doing the 12th as fielding today. Will and Owen, I understand, played in the England Invitational 11 against the England Lions last week when they won, actually. They beat the England side. So 2 promising players for the future. Code to continue. 22 overs complete. Harmer wicket, by the way, fell the last ball of the 21st. He faced 26 balls for his 5, no boundaries included. So 38 for 4, Code in, and that's turned into the leg side by Cox, and there is no run.
Once again, Cox slightly reluctant to come forward, to my mind. I don't know if it did much, that delivery, but there was a lot of enthusiasm for the fielders. Bit of kidology naturally, but he needs to keep coming forward, otherwise he could become an LBW candidate.
It looks like India have lost a wicket at the Edgbaston as Cox turns this one backward of square. And Finley Beanfield, they get through for 1. The pictures on my stream are not particularly clear, so I can't tell you who's actually shouldering arms to a ball that has hit him on the pad.
Is Bumrah playing? Shall I have a look?
I've not got round to looking at team lists and all of that, I've got to say.
Because the Lord's game is 3 days after, isn't it? And, to ask bowlers to play in those 2 games is a tall ask.
So the original decision was not out on the one I'm seeing, shouldering arms. And the replay that's just been called for, the review, has also confirmed that. So it's Karen Nair who's just survived that. I think England must have lost a review as a result, as here at Clifton Park, Critley played out into the offside. There was no run. So they're into his 11th over at Edgbaston. 21 for 1 India. Jaiswal's on 13. Nair on 5. Woke's got the wicket. 39 for 4 here. And Critley played really well, of course, down at Chelmsford. Is on 0 at the moment. Gets in behind that code delivery. And there is no run. Jack White just beneath our commentary position is on the long leg boundary. Might be an opportunity to do our first change of the day.
Okie doke.
I'll bring Toppers back in again before lunch. But let's bring Jamie into play. Code to Critley, strokes this one along the deck to Shafiq, and as Toppers said, that was a really good catch he took. I wasn't sure in the moment whether or not it had bounced short of him, because not easy unless the ball loops up to get forward from that sort of position to take a catch, and it didn't loop up particularly, but he managed to get the mitts underneath it, and really well done to Abdullah Shafiq to help and take his part in claiming Ben Code's 3rd wicket of the innings. Final ball of the over is played out into the offside for James Wharton to field. 39 for 4. They still trail then by 52 runs here, Essex, with just these 6 second innings wickets standing. Jamie Rayner is alongside for the first time today. Good morning, JR.
Oh, steady on. 5 more minutes yet, Dorji. Good morning.
You're always right up to the minute.
Good. Yeah, quite. Well, it's actually 6 then if we're going to be like that.
Oh.
Good morning to you. Good morning to everybody. A better start for Yorkshire. Are we allowed to be biased?
I think everybody would understand as a BBC Radio Leeds staffer that you might have a leaning towards Yorkshire, but you do also, as you well know,
yes,
need to recognise the opposition are also playing half a part in this match.
Jack White from the rugby ground end, and as he has done so far this morning, Jordan Cox, he's got behind the ball well, and he's used his defensive block admirably, and that's, well, the kind of innings that Essex needs in this position, in this game situation. And I'm sure, and it was something that you brought up in your post-day's play chat with Matthew Revis and Ben Code, which you can listen back to on BBC Sounds. I enjoyed watching your work last night and listening this morning on my drive over to Clifton Park. If you just search for the cricket show on BBC Sounds, as Jack White is in and on the back foot, and that's played beneath the helmet by Jordan Cox, and again, solid defence.
It's raining, Jamie. Definitely some mizzle around. You can see with the backdrop of the trees away to our left near the Kevin Hutchinson score box.
There was a threat of rain, I must admit, around midday, but if my weather app's anything to go by, it was a quick shower. It should pass by, and then it will reconvene during the lunch interval if we don't have a change to the timings of the lunch interval. Jack White over the wicket to the right-handed Cox, and again on the back foot. He's pushing that back towards the bowler. Finlay Bean comes from mid-wicket to field. Further evidence that the ball kept slightly low, hence the oohs and ahs from mainly Adam Lyde and the slip cordon. But yes, if you go and search for the cricket show on BBC Sounds, and you find the image with the Yorkshire shirt on, because there's a few cricket shows across the BBC local radio network.
But there really is only one cricket show.
But there's the leading... No, I shouldn't say that. I'm not allowed to say that. But bias again. Yeah, you can listen back to that chat that Deutsche did with Rev and Cody. Good defence again from Jordan Cox. I think we're going to see a lot of that shot, and Yorkshire will have to keep plugging away at this resilience from Jordan Cox in the early stages. But yes, I enjoyed listening to your chat last night with the pair of them. and he reminded them of the reverse game down at Chelmsford and the game situation, and I'm sure that will be in some of the players' minds, that they know that Essex have it in them to, well, drop anchor, to use the phrase that Toppers gave us only a few moments ago. Jack White in over the wicket to Jordan Cox, and rinse and repeat in many ways. This time a front foot defensive shot that is dropped towards Finley Bean, and there's no run.
Martin Mellor has kindly messaged in when I said I hadn't seen the full team sheets for England and India. There is no Jasprit Bumrah in this second test, and India have made 3 changes. Apparently it's been very wet in Wharfdale this morning. Tricky conditions underfoot for the parents' race at the school sports day, he says.
You don't want that, do you?
Well, I mean, he is exceptionally quick, so I'm guessing that he could probably just cruise the last 50 metres of that race and still win by 10 metres.
Bustling in, that's well clipped off the hips by Jordan Cox through mid-wicket, and they'll take the single. Cox will keep the strike. Essex 39 for 4 at the end of the 23rd over. Yet again, more cricket being played on the second pitch here at York Sports Club, just over in the distance out towards our right hand side. For the entirety of my time here at this ground over the last 3 days, there has always been a game of cricket being played, regardless of the conditions. Even when it was raining earlier on and it was preventing play on this pitch, they were still playing over there. A team in traditional whites, and then there's another team in, I'm going to go maroon.
Yeah, Code bowling to Jordan Cox, who turns that one square on the leg side, not entirely comfortably, but good enough. And there was no run. Kate Holsworth, who of course was scoring here with us for the majority of the first 2 days, asks, could Yorkshire really do this? Well, yeah, they could. There's a lot of hard work still to do. There's 6 wickets to take, and we know how hard that was at Chelmsford. This is a different day, different conditions overhead, different surface as well. Might be more difficult, might not be. It won't be that difficult if Jordan Cox keeps anchoring his feet and having a waft at a delivery wide of off stump like that, because he's putting himself in perilous danger of getting an edge. Ben Code, the moral victor on that occasion, and Jordan Cox goes and does a bit of gardening about 6 or 7 metres down the pitch, and then replays the shot one-handed that he might have played. 40 for 4, Jordan on 17. Critley yet to score at the non-striking end, and Code coming in now, city end. And Cox works it off his legs. Good piece of fielding by Finley Bean. Not going to be easy out there. He's just checking his studs, and I hope he's got some on at the base of his boots, because I think he'd need them. Just a slightly greasy surface, I'm sure, out there, Jamie, after what we've seen rain-wise so far. And if it is continuing, and it is continuing miserly, then that's going to be building again.
Yeah, I've just taken the towel off our TV.
Well, yeah, I mean, I thought we'd better wait for Josh to get stuck into that, because electricity and all that, and I'm sure he's insured if it goes up in smoke.
Put him in the line of danger first.
Yeah, Code to Cox, who drops that delivery out into the offside, no run.
Hoping to get the monitor up and running so that we can get a feed of the stream, and if we need to, look at some replays. Oh dear, oh dear. We're waving for some assistance. So the red light's on, Josh, so there's power. No TV remote.
Here comes Code. Cox right behind it, no run. Dave Fernley, good morning to you. He's asking why the boundary is so short at Edgbaston. I haven't noticed that because I'm not able to watch it for long enough, so not sure. It's coming down quite steadily again now, and I'm surprised, to be honest with you, they're still out there at this moment in time.
You can see it now, definitely. Questioned you at first, Georgie, and never should have done that, but you can see it without question now.
Brawley's up at the side of the pitch, so if they go off Another hold up as Cox plays nicely here through the moisture out through the covers and picks up a boundary. 44 for 4 and almost inevitable. Peter Hartley and Michael Goff come together for a chat, and at the moment Hartley looking like he's conducting some sort of orchestra out there with a baton.
I think he's referring to the fact that it's raining at the moment, but it's actually brighter coming from the left side of where we are, and that's where the weather's coming from. So I think they're happy to continue, which is good to see, good news. So they must be seeing the same weather app that I've been looking at this morning, because it was set to pass quite quickly, this brief shower. The concern will be that there is a heavier shower, again if my weather app's anything to go by, during the lunch interval. Be timely in many ways. Oh, we've got a green light on the monitor. Persistence pays off, Josh.
Magnificent.
White in, he's hit the pad, he's trapped him, LB. Yorkshire have got their 5th wicket. Jack White with their 2nd scalp this morning, piling on the pressure for Essex. It's Critley who departs, and Yorkshire chipping away with the weather against them. That is a crucial time and a crucial wicket to pick up. Essex 44 for 5.
Yeah, Matt Critley not getting any runs on this occasion, walks off disconsolate. It always felt, didn't it? We're at nowhere near the right angle, but height-wise it certainly measured up. And he didn't get anywhere, did he, really, in terms of getting forward to play that. Michael Goff had a good think about it and then raised the finger. 44 for 5. They're in deep trouble now, Essex, you've got to say that. With half of their wickets gone, and at the moment, come on Dodgy, do the maths, 47 still behind with 5 wickets remaining. Charlie Allison has gone in at number 7. Critley LBW to Jack White for 0 off 5 deliveries. So 2 early blows against Essex for the Yorkies. Are they going to go where they didn't go at Chelmsford a few weeks ago?
It was a confident appeal led by Jack White. Plenty of enthusiasm. We've seen the ball keep low. I haven't yet seen a replay, but White into the new man Allison, and on the back foot he's punching it towards Revis and mid-on. And Essex in all sorts of trouble now, because 5 down with only 44 on the board, and as you say, trailing by 47 runs.
Yeah, these two have done a really good job. They've only scored, 11 so far this morning, Essex, from going on for 9 overs now.
Jack White steaming in from the rugby ground end. It's a good length delivery that's with an open face bat pushed into the offside, no run.
I know there's an argument to say runs don't matter hugely, but of course they do, because if you get in front, then that's more time you're taking out of the game to get in front, and then you've got to ask the opposition to bat, and that's more time needed as well. And if there is any more rain around, we don't quite know how that's going to go, then they could get out of this hole. So still incumbent on the pair of them out there in the middle to just bat as long as they can, even if they're not scoring quickly, and hold Yorkshire up for as long as they can.
White trying to impact. That one's worked to mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, I mean, that is a massive factor, isn't it, the weather? And it could be a determining factor. So, in many ways, time is of the essence. That's why these early wickets and this early pressure from Yorkshire is so key.
Yeah, you'd have thought if conditions had been like on the first 3 days that Don Best would have played a massive part today, and he may still do, but obviously moisture around. You think seam, And you'd fancy George here, wouldn't you, as well, when he gets going? Definitely.
White to continue, and that's a good length delivery that's defensively pushed away by the new man, Allison. Yeah, I mean, Bess is just drying the ball. He's got the towel in his hand at the moment. He's at mid-off. Bowler-friendly conditions. It's overcast.
Yeah.
Murky above.
They're all the aces at the moment. But I think George on here, after these two, they've done a great job anyway. A wicket apiece to start things off, and Ben with a couple yesterday. George picked up one. Just think the way that he nibbles the ball about with this moisture around, and a little bit of freshness in the pitch now.
His long brown hair charging in, and that one slightly down leg side that allows Allison to clip it around the corner, backward a square. He'll take the single, he'll keep the strike, and at the end of the 26th over, Essex 45 for 5 in the wicket of Matt Critley.
Should be a little bit more skiddy now, shouldn't it, with just that bit of moisture into the top of the surface. It looks though as though Don Bess, no, it wasn't Don Bess who was taking his cap off. Thought for a moment it was. It's Ben Coad who's taking his cap off, and he is going to continue at the City end. Will Sutherland might also be interesting with that bit of extra pace and height on here, you know, if required. So just that bit of juice changes the dynamic again from the game that we've been watching for 3 days and that we kind of thought we might be seeing again today. Charlie Allison, big job for him to do. He's on 1 at the moment, 45 for 5, and Coad comes in now and bowls to him. And he's played late on that and dropped it out to Sutherland coming in from the cordon. No run.
Edwards got in touch with some really good news.
Yep.
Really good news on the emails. He sent it to you, JD, so I'm not going to take away the privilege of you reading that out because it was addressed to you. But
well, the pints in the bar have been reduced to a quid, have they, after the game?
It's about time.
It's Coad again. That's worked down to long leg by Allison, who's going to double his score with a single.
Some of the noises coming from the field. I mean, there's oohs and ahs, and then someone went up an octave.
Edward, yeah, there we go. BBC Yorkshire Cricket, or Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, the email address to get in touch. JD, the drizzle you have now has passed Wetherby, says Edward, and the sun is shining here. We don't know which way there's not a lot of wind anyway today, so it's not moving on quickly at all, is it? Whatever's coming down. Coad is in. It's flicked off the hip by Jordan Cox. Nicely played this time. Jack White round to do the fielding, and they pick up a single. We've got some technical issues here that Adie's trying to sort out. We've got some really up to the minute equipment. Looks like a monitor from about 1998, something like that.
No, it's a flat one. Come on. They were the box ones, weren't they?
Maybe 2008 then. Yeah. Which seems like yesterday to me, but to you, that'll feel like it's ancient, won't it? Were you actually born when that monitor was manufactured?
Oh, come on.
47 for 5, Coad. To Allison. No, good delivery, Ben Coad. Allison having a little nibble at that one. Maybe, just maybe, on a pitch that has largely been docile, as we know. Slow. The bit of juice is just helping the bowling side and causing more problems than the batting side might have had it remained bone dry. It'd be interesting to get the players' take on that from out there in the middle. Here's Coad again. Allison this time walks down the wicket to play this one to try and negate any movement, so that tells you something. Maybe there is a bit of nibble for Ben Oliver Coad. Shafiq just been dispatched back to the point boundary. Finley Beans going in the opposite direction towards squarish mid-wicket. Not quite all the way, but clearly they're going to allow Allison the single here. try and continue to work on him. And he walks into this again, but doesn't get the run. James Wharton round to do the fielding. 47-4-5. We've had 37 minutes of play so far this morning. They resumed on 16 overs, so 11 bowled on the day, and it's been code and white all the way so far. And if you're just joining us more recently, following that delayed start, 6 overs were lost. Simon Harmer, the first man to go, the score was on 37, so just 4 added to the overnight total. He was out the final ball of the 21st over, well caught by Abdullah Shafiq Gully off code for 5, and then Matt Critley. He went after 7 further runs had been added, 44 for 5, the first ball of the 26th over, and he was LBW to the man who's about to continue at the rugby ground end, Jack White, without scoring.
6 will be just scratching their heads somewhat as to how they've got themselves into this position. 47 for 5 they are, as Jack White is in, and that one's dropped into the offside where James Wharton does the fielding in the covers. No run. And they got the wicket of George Hill, which was contentious. It was a bit of a decision maybe on George yesterday, but 228 for 6 they were, and now they're 5 down. They trail by 44 runs, Essex. The momentum in this game has shifted remarkably, and you've got to say that Revis Code partnership really put the cat amongst the pigeons in that respect. Again, Cox is behind this ball on the front foot, blocks from the bowling of Jack White, and there's no run. He's faced 66 deliveries, Jordan Cox, so far for his 22.
I think there's a wicket gone over on the Clifton Alliance ground. Everyone's gathered in a group.
The team in maroon.
Yeah.
With the wicket.
West Indies, maybe.
Yeah. Potentially. The drizzle has subsided somewhat as that one's turned around the corner. Leg side delivery. And at long leg, Ben Coe does the fielding. Single taken. Brings Charlie Allison back on strike as he takes guard. Just wanders down the pitch. A bit of guarding. Will Sutherland just going through the bowling action as he runs over towards Gully. Tall figure. 2 jumpers on, I reckon, by the looks of it. So definitely more chilly than certainly the weather that we had here 2 days ago. Goodness me. It was very warm here as White again with a leg side ball, straight delivery that's pushed up towards mid-on. Matthew Revis collects, no run.
You tough young lads though, shorts on a day like this. Jamie Rayner, Josh Wilmer.
I don't mind shorts in most climates unless it's really cold, but if the top half that's got to be warm. I've gone for the jumper today.
Graham Hardcastle, who's theoretically busily writing the Yorkshire blog, has a pink, grey and black Bolton Wanderers pom-pom hat on.
I noted that. Full-length delivery by Jack White this time, and it's again blocked by Allison, and there's no run. Yeah,
Must be a strange Lancastrian.
I gave a glowing appraisal of his bobble hat, his Wanderers hat.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. It's a fan. Here's a question for you that was thrown my way just before I came on comms. So there's a bit of chatter down the row about the 100. The 100.
Controversial.
Take a brave soul to talk about that. White is in. Oh, and he's bowled him! Off stump, out of the ground, cartwheeling. Yorkshire have got Essex 6 down. Charlie Allison has gone for 2. Jack White with his second wicket, and it's a beauty. 48 for 5, Essex. 48 for 6, I beg your pardon.
it always looks magnificent, doesn't it, when the wicket cartwheels back, the stump cartwheels back, and off stump gone. And Jack White has been on the money this morning, 48 for 6. Well, I don't think any of us predicted this when we turned up. Still a job to do, but that is a very healthy start for Yorkshire. And here is a man who did a tremendous job for Essex down at Chelmsford just a few weeks ago, as we've been at pains to point out really this morning. Different day, different game, different conditions, but Michael Pepper, who made 30 in the first innings at Chelmsford, took Essex, or largely responsible for taking Essex along with Matt Critley towards the draw that they earned down there with his 68 from 229 balls. I'll tell you what, I think everybody around here would doff their cap to him if he's still there today after 229 balls in these conditions. It's still drizzly, mizzly out there. That was the final ball of Jack White's over, and what a peach.
Great celebrations to follow as well. And the drizzle's just picked back up here at Clifton Park, I'm afraid to say. They'll be aware of that out there, but Ben Code back into the attack.
To bowl to Jordan Cox, who goes across, back and across, and plays to mid-on for Revis to field. Well, Johnny Bairstow last night was saying to me, not on any interview, but we just had a chat, and he said he thought Yorkshire were in a stronger position than they had been at Chelmsford going into the final day, even though that didn't reflect it on the scoreboard. And who am I to argue after these 3 wickets? But they're coming off at 48 for 6. That rain has got too much for the liking of umpires Hartley and Goff, and we are going to have a further break in play at 12:18. They'll wander off. 6 overs lost already before play started today. And the 2 Essex boys will obviously be the happier players as the covers come on. And we'll hope that this moves over. I can't really use the word blowover because you can't really see much of a twitch of a tree branch anywhere around. So pretty still, even the flags away to the right on the clubhouse. The York Sports Club flag is limp at the side of the pole, and the Yorkshire County Cricket Club flag is only just about moving. So a very, very light breeze, and it might take a while to go now that they've come off, Jamie.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, I go back to the weather app that I've got, and it did suggest that this shower wasn't hanging around for too long, but like you say, there's not much breeze in the air at the moment, so hopes of it blowing over don't seem too positive. But you've got to take your hats off to the effort that Yorkshire have put in this morning. What have we had? 55 minutes worth of play, only 15 runs added by Essex for the loss of 3 wickets. I mean, that could be huge in Yorkshire's bid to try and win this contest. To take those 3 wickets this morning and to expose the lower order, maybe creeping towards the tail end of Essex's batting lineup, is a real effort from particularly Ben Code and those 2 wickets from Jack White. The most recent was from an aesthetically pleasing standpoint, good to see as well. Always a pleasure to watch the off stump go cartwheeling back, but Yorkshire have really put themselves in the driving seat now with a limited time available to them this morning.
Yep, so Simon Harmer, Coach Shafiq bowled Code for 5, Matt Critley, LBW White without scoring, and Charlie Allison bowled by Jack White for 2. The 3 wickets to have fallen. And right at this moment in time, with just the 4 wickets in hand in their second innings, Essex still trail by 43 runs. But, well, if this doesn't shift, and they're still going to be able to shake hands on a draw. We'll see how all of that goes, and we'll of course be back with you with any updates and all the ball by ball that may still be to come from Clifton Park, York. Bit of a miserable scene at this moment in time, and we'll just take a break while the players do.
we go. We're not going to attempt to be Michael Fish, but it doesn't look as if we're going to have a great opportunity to be John Eilert, Peter West, E.W. Swanton, or any of the great illustrious names of the past here at York Cricket Club. But what we can say, Jamie, is the ground staff probably weren't really called into action much on Monday or
No.
day 1 and day 2. But day 4 they have been, and they've been doing a sterling job. They've done a brilliant job where they've borrowed some of the ground staff from St Peter's School up the road, because obviously there aren't the full-time groundsmen. I think there are only 2 full-time groundsmen to oversee the rugby and indeed the cricket, and they've done a sterling job as everybody associated with this fine cricket club here in York.
Absolutely. And what I will say is, I think that the worst of that rain may have passed as well, which is encouraging. But I'll go back to that. Well, what we think is a southeasterly wind. It's definitely coming towards us. The clouds, the dark grey clouds, are disappearing behind us, and what we can see in front of us, which is the direction in which the weather's coming from, we've got nice white clouds with blue gaps as well. So fingers crossed this isn't too detrimental to how much time we'll lose. But you can hear it, can't you? You can hear on our microphones the wind the breeze has picked up.
We looked at the flags this morning, funny enough, when there was a mizzle and drizzle, and there was no wind.
Yes.
They were limp. The flags were limp, but not anymore. And it's coming across the ground from the far side towards the blue seating, the temporary stand. So certainly I didn't see this type of a wind or this breeze from that way yesterday. It was the other way round. But Yorkshire have had a great morning, to be fair to them.
They certainly did. Yeah, I've got to say I was very impressed with the morning that they had with the ball, with the time available to them, that hour that we got in this morning to take those 3 quick wickets, particularly Jack White with his 2 wickets of those 3, Ben Code getting the other. It's just given them further impetus, hasn't it? I wonder from an Essex perspective just how disappointed they'll be, Toppers, given the position they were in. It was about lunch yesterday. They were certainly on top.
Well, absolutely right. I think it was Yorkshire 236 for 6 yesterday at lunch. And, of course, we're meant to be impartial, but having played for Essex
Absolutely.
for 10 years, I look upon it and I'm looking at it and thinking, gosh, there's a chance of a bit of a lead, 70 lead, 80 lead yesterday. And it ended up being the other way round with something like a 90 lead towards Yorkshire. I mean, there's still adrift now by, 40-odd, 45, something like that. And we've only got the 4 wickets left of Essex, and we're talking the tail. Just a quick recap then. It was Walter who went LBW code. If you want to have a look at the bowling figures, because I think they're quite good. Walter was the first to go LBW code for nothing. Wesley was Court Bairstow bowl code also for a duck. Elgar went before the close of play at 28 for 3. He was bowled by Hill. So overnight, 33 for 3 with Jordan Cox 14 not out. Harmer was the first to go this morning, who was brilliantly caught at backward point by Abdullah Shafiq off the bowling of Code, his 3rd in the 2nd innings. Critley went quickly, LBW White for 0, 44 for 5, and then Charlie Allison, he was clean bowled by White for 2, 48 for 6. Jordan Cox is there fighting patiently, diligently for 23 not out, and the bowling figures?
Yeah, Ben Code, 3 for 15 from his 12.1 overs. He just managed 1 delivery of that 13th over before the rain came to bring us the early lunch interval. 4 maidens in that as well. Jack White, 2 for 18 from his 11. Again, 4 maidens. George Hill, 1 for 7 from his 3 overs, and then just the 2 overs for Don Best, the spin of Don Best. No wickets for 6 runs. But Ben Code and Jack White, toppers for me in particular. particular have been mightily impressive, and it was interesting that Ben wasn't selected for the previous game at Trent Bridge, and there were many raised eyebrows when that team news came through. It's not often, if at all ever, that Ben Code hasn't been selected when fully fit because of his record in county championship cricket.
Rested?
Well, in his mind, he was dropped, which was the official terminology.
Yeah.
But he understood, that the decision was made because up until Trent Bridge, Jack White had performed really well with the ball. They wanted to go with 2 spinners. They preferred the option of Jack White because of his form. He understood, but I think there was an element for Ben Code coming into this game to maybe just prove a point somewhat. And his 3 wickets and his return of just 15 runs from 12.1 overs thus far is certainly proving dividends. So I've been impressed by the fast bowlers in particular. We wondered if Don Best would play a part today. He still might.
Cool.
But it's the pace of Code and White that have, particularly early on anyway, done for Essex.
You've mentioned the figures, which are impressive. But actually, let's be brutally honest, which you have intimated, they've bowled well as a unit.
Yep.
And they've been tight. And you talked about last week, your fella being rested, Code was rested or disappointed not to be playing. Yes. But from our perspective, Essex, my word, we are missing Cook and Porter. And Cook is not playing, and he wasn't going to play in the Test match.
He's not been released.
None of them have been released.
Yeah.
And of course that affects Essex in a bad way, because not only are we missing Cook and Porter, the people, Cook and Porter, the bowlers, Cook and Porter, the senior cricketers, Cook and Porter, the wickets, Cook and Porter, the overs. It's a massive loss to Essex. And you can say, oh, good luck to young Noah Thane. You can say good luck to the young fella, the rookie was Charlie Bennett, who was signed this week, who may have got, he may have got a game here. But to ask youngsters to do a man's job. Look, they're going to be full of enthusiasm, they're going to keep running in, but you just don't have the quality to replace, support the likes of Cook and Porter. And that is really, and I know we're here at York, it's a Yorkshire game and it's a Yorkshire potentially advantage to them, but for Essex it's a real difficult conundrum, because Silverwood has inherited this squad. He hasn't got the bowling depth. Essex don't have the money to start to bring in players. That's the harsh reality. And Essex Silverwood won't shy away from it. He openly talks about it. And it's a difficult thing for Essex just right now. There's a lack of confidence. They haven't got the bowlers. The captain, how does he massage the bowlers that he knows are not going to make an impact? They're giving them the opportunity. Noah Thane is a decent all-rounder, but it's going to take him a while.
And the great news is we're back underway here. That shower has passed, and Ben Code is able to complete the second delivery of his over. And with Essex 48 for 6, the shower has passed as we hoped. The breeze has taken control, and thankfully both sets of players are back out on the field. I think we've lost 3 overs because of that short rain delay.
So that's 9 in the day.
68 overs remaining today. And Ben Code, 3 wickets to his name, making that ball work, making it talk, and that looks like an outside edge that's streakily run down to third for 4 runs to the bat of Jordan Cox.
Yeah, streaky. Again, a little bit of lack of foot movement. Well bowled by Ben Code. Not forgetting, Code took the first 2 wickets last night, then Hill chipped in, and then Code started the downfall this morning of Essex as he got Harmer caught brilliantly at backward point. Excellent catch off the deck, diving to his right, and that was Abdullah Shafiq in his debut game.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was a really well taken catch, diving in front of him as well. Ben Code, good length delivery that just shoots up slightly, and it's with soft hands played down towards Adam Lyth at second slip.
Now that has just happened. It hasn't happened too often. No. It's not the wicket. What that might be is, in between coming on, coming off, the little bit of water, a little bit of heavy rain got on the wicket, and it might be a result of that. It will dry out, but as soon as that happens, the batsman thinks, oh my, what there's snakes in this wicket. It's not. You've just got to put your mind to that delivery to the back of your mind and just play every ball on its merit. And that's the art of batsmanship now, because Jordan Cox is Essex's only hope here at 52 for 6.
That was a question that I was about to ask you, Toppers, actually, just how crucial is he as a shorter length delivery is clipped off the hips by Jordan Cox. He sets off for 2, he'll come back for 2 quite comfortably in the end as Jack White from long leg comes round to deep square leg to field. And he's faced 72 deliveries, Jordan Cox, and you can't help but feel that a lot of Essex's hopes on surviving today's play rest on his shoulders. 77 on his back, and we know it's Jordan Cox, not just because of his name and number on his back, but that wonderful bleach blonde hair sprouting out the back of his helmet. Very distinctive haircut. I'm reliably informed by Jonathan Doidge over my left shoulder that we've lost 16 overs today because of the rain delays, as Cox flashes a blade at that ball. Shorter length delivery, wide outside off stump. It flies over the slip cordon and away for 4 more runs. So 2 boundaries in that bend code over, and Essex have moved on to 52 for 6.
One fortuitous boundary. The earlier one was an edge, but it was fortuitous in that respect. But that last ball, to be fair to the bowler, it was short and wide, and he was allowed to play it up and over, of which he did, and he obliged, and there's no third man, so it was an easy scoring shot for 4 for Jordan Cox. You asked how important, well, he's really the solitary batsman left. Now, there is Michael Pepper to come, probably next. He scored 100 last he's out there, isn't he? Yeah.
He's in.
So he's come in really at 6. We had Harmer up the order as a night watchman. So these 2 are really the representatives that can save the game. Not being funny, of course it's possible. The ball is going to only get older. The bowlers are only going to get more tired. Maybe the dampness around the boundary and around the outfield might help the ball get a little softer as Jack White comes in and bowls an excellent delivery first up, of which drags Michael Pepper forward where there is no run. 58 for 6, and who have we got to come then? Let's have a quick look who's left to come in the Essex side. So Pepper is at the crease. We have the all-rounder, Raw. He scored 50 in the first innings, Noah Thane. And then we're left with Shane Snater, who will give it a bit of a whack. And then the unknown Khalil Ahmed. White in. This is driven powerfully straight up to mid-on where there is no run. I think that's Revis, who is doing the fielding at mid-on.
It was Doidge was mentioning earlier before the lunch interval, the early lunch interval, that it was Pepper in the game at Chelmsford in the County Championship earlier this season that was part of the real frustration for Yorkshire in their bid to try and get that final wicket that would have got a victory for them. Of course, it ended in a draw. It was 68 he scored off 229 deliveries in that game.
You don't associate that lack of scoring with Michael Pepper. White's in, bowls, and this is driven back up to mid-on, fairly identical, and there is no run. For me, he comes from Cambridgeshire, Right. He was on the Cambridgeshire pathway, as was Noah Thane, and as was Tom Wesley. So, up here, where you look at Lincolnshire, I mean, Jeff Cope played there for many years, or maybe Northumberland, or even Durham back in the day when they weren't professional. We also look around the East Anglian minor counties or national counties today. White is in. This is driven into the leg side off the front foot, and there is no run. So East Anglia is very important to Essex. Occasionally Hertfordshire. Bedfordshire normally has a dovetail with Northamptonshire when you think of Monty Penasar, Ned Larkins as well, and people like that. Up here, I'm just trying to think. Have you had many other? I mean, you've got such a large county as Yorkshire.
Absolutely, yeah. And there's so much league cricket played and so much club cricket played in the Yorkshire region. It's a hotbed of talent that I know the scouts within the Yorkshire ranks are trying to profit from.
This time squares Pepper up. That's a good ball. He comes forward. Maybe he walks his shot a little bit, suggesting he didn't take a big enough stride, but it's a decent delivery. But credit to Michael Pepper. He did square him up, but he played it safely into the offside no run.
We spoke with the general manager of cricket for Yorkshire now, Gavin Hamilton, earlier this year.
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah,
well.
he was talking about the ID talent pathway that they've launched this season, along with their head data analyst within the Yorkshire first team, Harrison, and his job is to scour the leagues within the Yorkshire region to see if there's any unearthed potential talent out there that could potentially do a job.
White in. This is a little straighter, which is turned into the leg side on the front foot. Good over there. Testing over by Jack White. Well played, Michael Pepper. Essex remain in arrears, 58 for 6, and I'll just check, just confirm what the arrears currently are.
33 runs.
Thank you very much. You can put your shoes and socks back on now. 33 wicket runs with 4 wickets. Now, you won't know this. Jonathan, I think, did, because I've mentioned it once before. During my Lord's days as an MCC young cricketer, Don Wilson organised me to come up to the Ribblesdale League. Okay, back around 1983-84, I sub-pro'd for an injured overseas, and I played for Settle Cricket Club.
Oh wow!
For
lovely part of the world.
It may have been 3 weekends. I loved it.
Lovely part of the world, Settle. As a Code is in again from the city end, and Jordan Cox placing his bat on that backward of point. Will Sutherland fields no run.
I was a young man. I was probably 16 or 17, I think. I remember coming up driving with Wilson, because Don Wilson, as the MCC head coach, used to come back up to Yorkshire to play for Manningham Mills.
Yes.
In the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, goodness me! So that must be Bradford based. As Ben Code, good length, good line on that. Jordan Cox just solidly defending into the offside no run. Yeah, Manningham Mills. Someone might correct me, but that would suggest Bradford region.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, that would suggest.
But one of the games I played for Settle, I've got to get this right. It was an away game. And we actually went towards or into Lancashire. And we played at something like Reed Paper Mills or something.
As Code is in, it's a full-length delivery, and that is a glorious shot by Jordan Cox. Defence is order of the day, but that is a lovely stroke of the bat through mid-wicket, timed that wonderfully on the full, 4 more runs.
We played on a wet wicket. Okay. Now, listen, in the south, we wouldn't have played on that. We would have called it off. But we came up and I stayed in Settle, then we went over in towards Lancashire.
So over the Pennines.
And Leighton James was playing.
I know the name, yes. That's a good length delivery, left alone, shoulders, arms by Cox.
Welsh and Burnley football.
Yes.
He played in the opposition in the Paper Mills team.
What I love about that as well is that plenty of mills, as is the way, of course, and that will be over the Bradford Saltaire, going over the Pennines, to Lancashire region as well, Hebden Bridge and the like.
I loved it. It was 3 weekends, which was really wow for my first experience in a young man in the Ribblesdale or Lancashire Yorkshire leagues.
Again, played with soft hands by Cox. It's an outside edge, but it's done with control, and that allows Will Sutherland at Gully to collect no run.
So if anyone's listening, watching, of an association with Settle Cricket Club,
yes,
for my very best wishes, and thank you for that opportunity some 45 years ago.
Goodness me, my auntie used to live in Settle, and it's just a wonderful, wonderful place. I've got many a memory from my very younger days of being in that area of the world. Now, Ben Code, slightly straighter delivery that's punched up towards mid-off where Don Bess fields. Jordan Cox, end of that over. Essex 62 for 6. He is on 37 toppers. You'll have seen a lot more of Jordan Cox than I will. From my perspective anyway, he's looking very settled at the crease. Even those slightly dangerous moments, he's playing with control, soft hand. He looks like he is assured at the moment for Essex.
Correct. Listen, he has a great attacking philosophy in his repertoire, but what I've been impressed today, he's been watchful, he's been careful, he's desperately keen not to give his wicket away, so I congratulate him on that. But 37 needs to become a much bigger score later. Jack White in, this time Pepper plays and stays sideways on, but he's very conscious of any movement there. We haven't got the TV replays today, and we're talking, commentating, calling the game from really deep extra cover. It's a great view, but we really can't decide or suggest what the ball is doing. But there's a lot of noise, a lot of energy out there, led by Johnny Bairstow. And there's 2 slips, maybe 3 slips. I don't think he's a gully yet. 3 slips waiting. Jack White's in, down the leg side. They've gone up for it half-heartedly. But alas, there's nothing on it. Not even a piece of Michael Pepper's rump.
I enjoyed that. Very good. That was very good. It's amazed me in this game how many wickets have fallen down the leg side. There's a bit of correspondence yesterday for those who get in touch on the emails. yorkshirecricket@bbc.co.uk if you'd like to. Some question marks over a couple of those decisions maybe that had been strangled down the leg side, but nevertheless I think it's 6 dismissals in total.
Wow. White in, this time good stride by the tall Michael Pepper. He gets towards the ball, ensures he covers any movement and plays it into the leg side, no run. Yeah, 6. Well, if you think about it, what have we had? This is the 3rd inning. So you're telling me we've had 6 out of 26 wickets. That is a high ratio.
Very much.
I wasn't here on day 1 and day 2. Paul Newton. We wish him well. Listen, we saw a couple yesterday, but it's quite an amazing stat, that, Jamie. White in again and again, bowl's quite full. This time Michael Pepper realises it's quite full, comes on the front foot and plays it into the cover sensibly for no run.
Well, there we go, Toppers. I've tried to do a little bit of working. So we've got a delayed replay of the stream now. It wasn't quite as live as the one that we had on our monitor, which I think has fallen foul to the rain, sadly. So that's gone into the physio's room for a bit of TLC. But we have got some form of replay if we do need to look back.
Well, the wind is certainly getting up as White comes in. Quite blustery now as this is played into the leg side and there is no run. The wind, we are slightly protected by this modern pavilion, but I'm looking at it, it's changing again. It's possibly moving around. Oh, no, maybe still westerly now. Maybe.
Yeah, southwesterly. It's definitely coming towards us a lot more. We can see that from the flags up towards our right hand side.
Trees are moving, and there's a break over on the other cricket match where the St Peter's schools are having a festival, which is driven powerfully up to Matthew Revis, and there is no run. Yeah, a 3-day festival. St Peter's School are hosting them.
Oh, brilliant.
So that's probably, I think they said it's an under 15 festival. So there are 4 teams, including St Peter's.
Yes.
And they have a round robin over the 2 pitches. There's one, what's that one called? Alliance?
Yes, that's correct. Yep, Alliance. Yeah, it's Clifton Alliance.
Clifton Alliance.
I think so, yes.
Which is beyond the main rugby pitch here at Yorkshire York Rugby Club, York Cricket Club, great sporting complex here, tennis and squash as well. So it's lovely to be here. And well, look, Jamie, the good news is I don't think we're going to be interrupted with any further poor weather for quite some time.
And that is positive news. And we certainly hope it stays this way. It is dry here at York. Just a reminder, if you are joining us, we've lost 16 overs of play due to the rain this morning. We had an early lunch and then a slight rain delay before proceedings got back underway for this afternoon session. Now, George Hill welcomed into the attack. First delivery of what is, for him, as he puts that one through and past Jordan Cox on strike and through to Johnny Bairstow at the start of his fourth over. 1 for 7 from his 3 overs yesterday. And he got the prize wicket of experienced opener Dean Elgart. Clean bowl, top of off stump. It was a wonderful delivery as he comes in now from the city end. And that one's solidly blocked by Cox for no run.
Had a bit of correspondence from a gentleman called Barry Waghorn in Spain. He's probably sipping his sangria. But he was talking about Essex yesterday afternoon, and in his correspondence he says he was scratching his head when Essex were bowling short at the tail enders yesterday afternoon.
Good length delivery by Hill, and Jordan Cox, again, we've seen that a lot from his game thus far in this innings. Very, very competent with his defensive block, and that goes into the offside no run. And
he was disappointed with the bowling short and offering Yorkshire ample scoring opportunities. And listen, Mr. Waghorn, I understand your concern there. I felt they went late to the short pitch because it was only when Code had about 11.
Hill in, short delivery, just slightly back of a length. That allows Cox to cut through the ball into the covers. Shafiq comes round to field, and Cox picks up 2.
It was only yesterday when they were, I'd say, Code got himself in, and Essex were offering Revis singles.
Yeah.
And I thought we didn't know whether to stick or twist, and I felt they went late at the short pitch. They should have, and they should have done it to Code when he first came in.
One's left alone, shouldered arms by Cox, goes through to an enthusiastic Johnny Bairstow and Adam Live behind the stumps. Plenty of noise coming from that slip cordon.
Thank you, Mr. Waghorn, for your correspondence. A fervent Essex fan dating back to '79. I was telling the story yesterday. He was the gentleman who, when Gooch got 100 in our first trophy final,
yes,
he came out and presented him a beer. Gooch took a swig of a beer and then ran off, and today you'd have been arrested.
Cox again showing that temperament as he has done throughout this innings thus far for Essex. Left alone at end of the 34th over, and Essex 64 for 6. Cox on 39. Pepper still yet to get off the mark for Essex.
In a way, in a nice way, today's vista is very much reminiscent of the 1979s. Go on, you're a young man, all right? You're a young man. Where and why do you think I'm saying back in the day, 79, even at finals, possibly even at test matches, what is something similar then that is here today now? As White comes in, and this is clipped into the leg side, finds mid-wicket, there is no run.
Well, need I remind you, Toppers, that 79 will be 16 years my junior, first and foremost. I'm going to suggest that people are arriving with deck chairs and the like, and they're just setting up camp on the boundary edge to watch the cricket.
You're almost there, yes. In 79, there wouldn't have been the boundary boards. There would have been a rope, and behind that there would have been kids sitting.
Yep.
There would have been people with their deck chairs, and today York have provided a lot of chairs, but there are no boundary boards. And this is a thick outside edge that runs along the floor. It avoids the slip cordon and it goes for 4 at third man. I'm going to say well played Michael Pepper, well bowled Jack White, good cricket. Yes, morally he's almost won the battle there, but Pepper's gained 4 runs and Essex have, and they moved to 68 for 6.
Yeah, and further evidence from Pepper now alongside Cox that, you know, the soft hands, and we said this pitch might have the slow element to it that the ball isn't carrying, so you can somewhat get away with that in the comfort that the ball will run across the ground as it did.
White in again, bowls down the leg side. Pepper goes hard at it. It would have sailed a very long way towards the blue temporary stand, but he's missed it, gone down the leg side. That'll be a wide on Sunday.
It would, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yorkshire back in T20 blast action on Friday. They've got Worcestershire at home, playing at Headingley in what feels like every game in that group stage is must win if they're to give themselves any real chance of qualifying for the knockout stage. We can but only hope with our Yorkshire hats on.
White, 3 slips waiting, does eventually come forward. Michael Pepper being watchful. Very, very pleasing to see Jordan Cox and Michael Pepper being watchful and resilient. Gosh, please lads, keep going.
Breeze has picked up. Timely bit of correspondence from Edward Harland, and thank you, Edward, for getting in touch. Says, Jamie, the weather is coming straight over the Pennines, i.e. a westerly wind, not a south-easterly. I will bow to your superior knowledge, Edward. I was just getting my map up on the phone and trying to work out the parameters. It suggested south-easterly, but I will bow to your westerly knowledge.
White in bowls, played up to mid-on rather, where it's well fielded. And good looking shot, good delivery. This is really good cricket, probably for the purists, but it's really good cricket, hard cricket. Essex don't want to give away any more wickets. They're 68 for 6. They're in a real quagmire here with Yorkshire in the advantage here. And listen, you know, Johnny Bairstow will be desperate to get a victory over Essex because they didn't get one back at Chelmsford earlier in the season, where in many respects they deserve it to be the winners.
And that will be in their minds, whether they'll admit to that or not. It will linger throughout today.
Jack White in, good delivery. Look, I'm going to give him credit. There's oohs and ahs. It's a good delivery, but Pepper played inside of that. He withdrew his bat. One of the first batsmen that used to do that in county cricket back in the day was a chap who became an umpire called a left-handed opening Kent batsman, Mark Benson. He always used to shape up and play and then withdraw his bat.
And that in itself is a skill. When leaving. Scores elsewhere in Division 1 of the County Championship. Particular focus for both these teams on what's happening down in Southampton. Hampshire 169 for 4. They still trail Worcestershire's first innings total of 679 for 7 declared as Hill continues from the city end. Sunshine beaming down here now at York. It's worked into the leg side, no run. They're into their second innings, Hampshire. They still trail Worcestershire by 289 runs with 6 wickets remaining. So it's a case for them, as it is for Essex, of survival. And that will open up the bottom end of Division 1, regardless of what happens there. But Worcestershire on track for victory if they can get those final 6 wickets. As Hill, again, running in from the city end. Good wheels on that as it goes through. Cox leaves alone. As Somerset 1-2-4 for 4. Again, trailing Nottinghamshire's first innings total of 509. They're into their second innings. They trail by 6 runs. Durham following on. 45 without loss at the Oval. Trail Surrey by 413 runs. That mammoth first innings score that Surrey achieved of 820 for 9 declared. Dom Sibley with a triple century. That's a good shot from Jordan Cox. Slightly short, slightly wide from George Hill, and he cuts that in front of square on the offside for 4 runs.
Yeah, good looking shot that. Had a bit of width and he dealt with it beautifully. Now, look, we've had a few showers and, you know, the boundary has been roped, but areas where that ball just went probably is still a bit damp. So I would suspect the ball may have just got a little bit softer since the rain.
Hill in, and that one's kept low. On the front foot, Cox defends. He gets down to the ball well, pushes it into the offside at no run. Toppers, how many times in your broadcasting career have you been commentating whilst also holding on to the roof, which is now being brought back above us because of the wind?
Well, I'm quite lucky I'm tall, so with my very long arms and levers, I've got a long reach. So yeah, I was a little bit of health and safety. I was concerned of you.
And you knew that I wouldn't be able to reach as well. George Hill, and that's a fuller delivery this time. And again, Cox on the front foot gets behind it respectfully and stoically defends towards James Wharton at short cover for no run. Just to conclude the scores elsewhere in Division 1 today, Warwickshire lead Sussex by 36 runs. They're into their second innings, 154 for 2 they are. Sussex in their first innings all out for 533. George Hill, bustling action as he runs in, slightly back of a length this time, and Cox just plays it into the ground, backward of point, and no run to complete that over. Essex 72 for 6.
Could you just go into the Surrey-Durham game just for a second? Go back to the Surrey innings. Okay, we all know there's been I enjoy Dominic Sibley. I think he's a terrific young man, and he can bat. And I know him quite well.
Yep.
I was in South Africa at the Newlands where he scored that big 100 for England.
Remember it.
In a winning game, and I celebrated with him. But in this particular game now, where he's just got 300, I'm very critical of Surrey here. Okay, as Jack White, you have a look at something in a minute. Jack White on his way in, right arm over, this time down the leg side. That's going to run away. Was that bat or pads? It was bat off Michael Pepper down the leg side, angling down, and it's gone fine for 4. 76 for 6. You have a look. The other day in the early season, there was a game between Somerset and Worcester, and they batted on, and Somerset batted on and on and on, because they thought, who was it? Tom Banton's going to get 300, something like that, and they could. And Worcestershire were left 9 down, and it was a draw, and they suddenly looked in the mirror and thought, did we bat on too long? Yeah. As White comes in, this is played on the front foot, back to White, and there is no run. Right, we've now just seen on a flat wicket at the Oval, Surrey posts 800.
Yep.
Dominic Sibley got 300 and a few. If you have a look, when he got out, they already had plenty. When he got out, I think he was like 7th out, and he got 300. He got out, and the score was something like 745
for 5.
Right, and then they carried on batting after scoring 745. Okay, as White comes in and bowls and collects on his follow through, there is no run. So why didn't they declare there? Instead, they let their tail carry on, and they didn't score that many, and wasted 10 overs, because the overs are on there as well.
Yep.
And I'm saying to you that I'm critical of that. What is the point of getting 745 or 803? The opposition are more than likely going to follow on. And then the next thing is they're naught Durham in the second innings, they're naught down.
Yep.
They've had a bit of rain. Hey, do you think if they get them 9 down there, rue the fact that they carried on for 10 overs too many, as this is played into the leg side and there is no run?
I'd love to hear that conversation. Should we declare it 7-4? No, let's just try and get a few more.
You've got to get 20 wickets.
Yep.
And, batting on for another 30, 40, 50 runs, wasting 10 overs, allowing your tail enders to bat to get there. Is it not worth more 10 overs with the ball later, tomorrow, today, tomorrow, yesterday or today? I'm sort of scratching my head over that. In some respects, they deserve not to win. White bowls, played into the leg side. That's a good quick run. That's a very, very good cricket there from Michael Pepper, who I identified it was wide of Revis, and it really was a good shot, good running, and his partner Jordan Cox, both these two are very quick runners, got home easily. So it's the first time for a little while Jordan Cox is down the other end and he's going to be facing Jack White.
Interesting to see how he contests that as well. I think we're going to be changing it up after this over. I think I'll be leaving you, and Dorji's going to come back into the mix.
Do you agree with me about that Surrey business?
Absolutely, yeah. And I jest about that conversation because imagine thinking that 745 isn't enough.
White in off his hip this time. Jordan Cox will keep the strike, I think, as it's played down to fine leg for an easy single. 78 for 6. The partnership is worth 30. Well played, these two. Well bowled, Jack White. I think we might see a little bit of a bowling change in due course.
We're going to have a little change in the commentary box as well. Toppers, I will bid you farewell for now. Very enjoyable, that stint, and we'll welcome Jonathan Deutsch into the mix.
Thank you, Jamie. Nice meeting. It's one of the younger commentators on the circuit. Listening to Jonathan Deutsch, Don Topley. Now here at York Cricket Club, BBC Essex, BBC Leeds, the online, on the smartphone and also on the streaming. Good afternoon to you all. It's windy, as we're going to see Hill into Michael to Jordan Cox, who clips it off his thighs into the leg side for a single. Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Afternoon, Toppers.
How are you? Lunched well?
Yeah, I'm okay. Just a bit be nice to see what's going on with the the bright sunshine in our eyes right at this moment.
Do you want to borrow a cap?
No, I'll put up with the shades. It's okay because it's one of them days, isn't it, where it's windy. So there's going to be every few moments bright sunshine and interspersed with cloud, maybe a bit more rain. Hope that doesn't come because we're going to be exposed to that. As George Hill bowling and Michael Pepper plays to Shafiq, who is a point. I've got two slips in place. Not George Hill, in fact Will Sutherland, because George is bowling, of course. Will at first and Adam Lyth at second. And they've done well, this pair, since the lunch break, to take it from 48 for 6 to 79 for 6. Just 12 runs the deficit now. And once they get in front, that might just change the complexion, especially if they hang around a while. Pepper playing into the offside and Wharton fielding. No run. Seem to be well stocked up with water there.
Would you like one?
No, I'm good. I've got a drink down here, thanks. I mean, you've got both still and sparkling. Are you feeling still or sparkling this afternoon, Toppers?
Depending on my fancy. They were available in the hotel, and I thought I'm going to use those.
Here's Hill again. Pepper opens the face, runs that one out through point, and he's going to pick up 4 more here. So the deficit now down to single figures. Michael Pepper's boundary takes him to 13. It's 83 for 6, and runs have come quickly. And I think there's just been a change in attitude from the Essex batters since they went back out there. Let's try put some pressure back on Yorkshire and try and up the ante.
I was saying to Jamie that, you know, the ball is now 36 overs old, but it might have been damp a couple of times, so it's even softer.
Yeah, Hill in and bowling, and right in behind that Pepper, no run.
Yesterday, Chris Silverwood said when they were bowling, and it was a difficult few hours for Essex. Apart from the two lads played so well, he said it looked flat, the ball was flat, it was flat, and it was really difficult to stop the scoring.
Yeah. Well, the ball's been working pretty well, and the conditions have for Yorkshire so far today, but maybe there's been a change in that respect. Some debris blowing across the field, which I think has just been kicked by one of the Yorkshire fielders. Not particularly fantastic, and I'm not sure you'd get in your team at football after that, but final ball of the over. Pepper defends once again. It was Ben Code actually with the kick. So 83-4-6, as I say, having seen runs very difficult to come by in that first spell of play today. They've added 35 in the last half hour or so. They wouldn't have to bat too long in terms of getting a lead here to make it difficult time-wise for Yorkshire to win the match. The Yorkies certainly would not want to be out here still in another 90 minutes or so. Just start to make it competitive, if you like, in that respect. 2 hours certainly would be stretching things.
There's a lot of time.
Still a lot of overs left. Officially, but there's other things that may come into play, Toppers. If it gets cloudy and dim, light might come into play.
Yeah, you're 43 overs away from a new ball. I mean, that's still a long way. There's a lot of cricket in that. I mean, Essex now have a chance if these two bat well. So we're going to see Revis into the attack. Jack White can take his sweater as this is played into the offside. And to be fair to the Essex boys, they've called very, very well to rotate the strike. And of course, when you're in the arrears like this, once you get the arrears knocked off, then you're looking, when you go into the positive, you're sort of saying to yourself, well, every 4 or 5 runs is 4 or 5 runs that the opposition have got to get, and it'll probably eat into another over. Revis tickled into the leg side, but it found the fielder at mid-wicket where there is no run. And, that's when you start to just breathe and grow in confidence, when you're keeping the opposition out there, just like your 9th wicket partnership did so well, so beautifully, so impressively yesterday. Left Essex asking many, many questions, really. Revis is in, good pace, hits the bat hard, nice straight bat there from Michael Pepper. There is no run. The day off for you tomorrow. You haven't got much travel because you're home on Friday.
No days off for me at the moment, I'm afraid, Toppers.
What do you do tomorrow?
Tomorrow I'm doing a couple of hours for the Independent, and then I'm also doing a full day's Test Match Day 2 commentary in a Leeds studio for another service, not the BBC.
Man of many talents then. Revis is in, played off the back foot, looking for a quick single. They're only going to get one as there's a third man that is particularly square, almost deep backward point.
I don't think my next day off is until Saturday, July the 12th.
You must be the wealthiest man in Yorkshire.
By the sound of that, you must get paid a lot more than I do for doing your BBC stuff, if you're assuming that if I earn what you do for every day's play, I must be well off.
In he comes, the all-rounder, Revis, who's driven off the back foot into the covers, but he finds the fielder, does Jordan Cox.
I think you'll find it's the converse. The reason I have to work every day, because they don't pay me enough.
And you, listen, I wouldn't know you particularly well, but you're a man who loves talking cricket.
Yeah, just
we all do.
I love talking cricket. I love talking sport, or obviously certain sports.
Here comes Revis. Revis is driven, and he goes through mid-wicket. It beats the fielder. That's a good shot from Jordan Cox, who punches it with a big bottom hand. And there's an ooh and an arm, but I'm going to say Michael Pepper was easily in. It was a good bit of fielding, good throw to conclude the end of the over. And Cox picks up 2, Essex pick up 2, 85 for 6.
Yeah, we could get burnt actually, couldn't we, this afternoon?
Windburn.
No, sunburn.
Windburn.
Not put any sunscreen on today because I thought we'd be undercover all day. So Essex, 6 behind now, and a game that's changed a few times in the last couple of days. May change again, may not. A couple of balls in this over might see them 8 down, you never know. But if these two bat for another hour or so at the rate they're going at the moment, then there's a bit to do. That'll take another 14-15 overs off. They batted for 2, as I say, this sort of rate, then score will mount and the overs will definitely be in decline to a significant extent. 20 odd overs left maybe at that point. So George Hill bowling there to Pepper, who plays into the offside no run. I was looking forward to seeing George come on here because just the way he bowls, gets it to go both ways. Might prove difficult with that bit of juice that we had this morning, but the wind has got up quite significantly since this morning, Toppers, and that'll be drying things out as well with the sunshine now fairly quickly in the middle, you'd think. So actually these may be the best batting conditions that we've seen so far on the final day. Here comes Hill and Pepper over the top of that and pushes back into the offside. There's no run. I'd love you to be able to get in touch on Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, folks, and you are welcome to do so. Not the most conducive conditions to reading those at the minute with the laptop out in the sunshine and the shades on, so I'll get to them as and when I can.
That includes all your Essex listeners.
Yes, of course.
Please get in touch. We'd love to talk to you and interact with anything cricket.
Driven back along the deck and George Hill feels off his own bowling. Don't get this on TMS, did he? Outside in the fresh air.
We are now on Sports Extra 3.
Welcome along then, folks. Essex are maybe adding another twist to this intriguing Division 1 contest as George Hill comes in to bowl to Michael Pepper, who plays it to the onside of straight where it's fielded and there's no run. Currently 87 for 6 the visitors here, 48 of them to Jordan Cox and 14 now to Michael Pepper. We've had a bit of okey-cokey cricket today. They were late getting on in the first place, 25 minutes into the day. 11:25, 6 overs of the 96 scheduled for day 4 were lost. And 20 minutes into the day, Essex lost Simon Harmer as Pepper defends this latest Hill delivery. Harmer was caught by Abdullah Shafiq, good catch as well. Gully off the bowling of Ben Code for 5 in the 21st over. Then in the 26th over, Matt Critley didn't hang around for long. He was LBW to Jack White without scoring for 5. And then Charlie Allison again didn't hang around too long. He made 2 off 13 balls before Jack White flattened his off stump. That was bang on the end of the 28th over, 12-17. But a minute later the rains came as Hill bowls and Pepper drives back to the bowler to complete that over at 87 for 6. So the rains came and they decided to take an early lunch, 12:45 through until 1:25. 7 overs lost there, so 13 at that point in total lost in the day. But as they walked out to resume at 1:25, right on cue, the rain started again. After consultation, the umps brought them off once more for another 10-12 minutes or so. However long it was, 3 further overs were lost. So 16 overs from the originally scheduled 96 have gone. Total of 80. Helpfully, they've put the overs remaining up as last man on the scoreboard here at Clifton Park, and that says 57 remaining. And at 87 for 6, Essex are still 4 behind Yorkshire with just the 4 second innings wickets in hand. So that's the sitch as you join us.
Well, and the bowling figures, well, Code is 14 overs, 3 for 29. He took 2 last night. Jack White, 15 overs, 2 for 28. He's taken 2 this morning, the last 2 really. Hill, 7 overs, not used as much for 18 as Revis bowls, and this has gone all the way out to deep mid-wicket for 1 run. They have a defender out on the boundary. They had lots of slips, but there's a slip in a gully at the moment as Michael Pepper faces up. Other bowlers, Dom Bess, well, he's only bowled the 2 overs, and Revis has sort of really only just come into the attack. This is his 2nd over after his brilliant 150 yesterday afternoon. There's a nick and it's gone through. It's gone through 2nd stroke 3rd slip. There's a slip in a gully. They've moved them out because Essex have become a little more comfortable, but well bowled. That was a chance, but it's gone through the gap for 4 down to the scoreboard here at York Cricket Club, and Essex and Pepper have 4 more.
Yep, a little bit of luck on Michael Pepper's side, but there's been a bit of that around on both sides during this match. Can't begrudge him that. And one in front.
Revis, in he comes, bowls. This is forced into the offside. It finds the fielder, who fields well at cover. There is no run.
At 48 for 6 toppers, he could have been forgiven for thinking that Yorkshire might not need to bat again, improbably in this match, but they're going to have to do now.
Yeah, and you know, this is where yesterday it was a bit disappointing. Essex were, I don't want to say a little bit lost, but there was a period of play when Code came 10, and he was batting with the said bowler who's bowling now, Revis, as he bowls, squares him up a little bit into the offside, just holds in the pitch the way that Michael Pepper has used his hands to tell his colleague what that did, and it may have just squared him up a little bit. But yesterday afternoon I look back, or not forgetting, if I went back even earlier, yesterday lunchtime Essex had Yorkshire 236 for 6, and Essex were excited about the potential of a lead over Yorkshire, and instead they had to bat with a large deficit. Forward defensive brings a very good forward defensive, strong in good foot movement, moved his body weight forward, head over the pitch of the ball, and ensured that bat and pad were tight together, and there is no run. Revis played beautifully yesterday afternoon, played some great shots. A tall man, stood tall when driving, especially off the back foot as well. In he comes, right arm over. This is a half volley, and it's well fielded there. You can hear the applause. Is that Adam Lythe?
It's Don Best.
Don Best. That was very, very well fielded, that at mid-off. He had to move quickly and then dive and stretch out his left hand, and it really was saved. Well, I think they got a single, so he saved 3. So 3 more to Essex, 93 for 6. They were 48 for 6. So it's very much a rescue, and I have to say, Michael Pepper has done it again. But Jordan Cox and Michael Pepper have been watchful. They've been resilient, diligent, everything you want to see, stoic in a rear guard action.
So 2 runs ahead at this moment in time, with these 4 second innings wickets in hand, and there will be a change of bowling, because for the first time in this Essex second innings we're going to see Will Sutherland, of Victoria, skipper of Victoria of course, came on as 3rd change in the first innings, 12 overs 3 maidens, 1 for 42, and his first delivery. His loosener is pretty good, but is left by Pepper.
For those that haven't seen him bowl much, he's another one of these bowlers that, a bit like Ben Stokes, one of your lads does as well, slightly bowls, or Ben Allison, who moved from Essex to Worcester, where he bowls over the perpendicular, and you have to be a little bit careful about the ball coming back in, and you have to be watchful.
He's in again. Oh, Bairstow took that. There was a bit of a fish at it by Michael Pepper, and just for the moment he drew the gloves down as if he was going to throw the ball up in the air and claim a catch. Got Adam Lythe excited next to him at slip. George Hill, by the way, has gone to leg gully here. He's come out of his accustomed first slip position since finishing that spell he had from the city end. And Sutherland, slightly rocking action as he runs in. It's full. Pushed back to him by Pepper once again. Sutherland rag hanging out the back of his pants, but he's thrown the ball to Ben Code to do some work on that. There's plenty of evidence of rags everywhere on the fields among the Yorkshire fielders. Just to say that it has rained to a reasonable extent when they've been off, but the sun is out at the moment. It's pretty stiff, the breeze, and you'd think that things will dry up quite quickly there as Pepper slashes one there through 3rd man for 4. Just too much width. Sutherland playing his one and only championship game of this campaign for Yorkshire. Remembering he played with a broken toe as a batter only in some of the T20 games. In the first raft of T20 matches, was only allowed to bowl after that broken toe in one of them before they came back to Championship cricket. That was up at Durham. Didn't play last week at Trent Bridge. Will O'Rourke did that as the one of the overseas instead. Oh, now then Pepper gets into a slightly awkward looking position from the angle we're at, which is down at long leg. Misses out there. It's like Owen Smith down on the field of play at long leg in front of us. Hadn't noticed who'd come off for Yorkshire.
Early in this over, he played quite a wild shot off the back foot, played and missed.
Yeah.
And this is the first time that he's seen him in this innings, and this is his first over. Couldn't the Essex boys just have a little look first? Just get used to him? Slightly different type of bowler?
Sutherland in again. Pepper shouldering arms once more. End of the over. 97 for 6. The lead now 6 runs with those 4 second innings wickets in hand. Cox on the cusp of what in context will be an excellent half century, and Pepper already going with him nicely. 23 not out, and they're playing their natural game here. And it's serving Essex, well, you wouldn't want to get too carried away just yet, Toppers, but it's serving Essex pretty well for the moment.
Well, they were so watchful, the pair of them. Jordan Cox obviously saw a number of wickets fall, and he was in batting last night, 14 not out at the close of play. And this morning he's seen Harmer, Critley and Allison go. In comes Revis, who bowls, and this is driven into mid-wicket where there is no run. Yeah, when look, I don't mind young batters playing the way they feel, but I also like them to be just a little bit smart. We know modern day cricketers go back at the bowler and take them on, and it's slightly different to the old-fashioned cricket that we once knew. Revis is in, bowls. This is driven and played with a open-face bat into the available area, and he will collect. There should be a double applause. One, it's for Jordan Cox's 50, and he raises his bat and acknowledges the crowd. And secondly, I think it's the 50 partnership. So well played, these two. Last wicket 48, is it not 98? I think it's 98, isn't it?
Possibly. Very probably. Yes, it should be 98, I think, when it goes on.
Scoreboard slow here just at this moment.
The individual score's gone on, but the total... Oh, there we go, 99 in fact.
99?
98 has been readjusted.
As Revis is in, bowls, the squares him up again. Pepper's looking for 2. He might get 2. He's a quick runner. He calls him back. He gets in easier because he was running to the danger end. Cox was running to the non-strikers end. So 2 more to Pepper. And if you want to, there could be another applause because Essex have got 100. 100 for 6. They were 48 for 6. So certainly these two are rescuing their side. Michael Pepper is no stranger to that. He did it, I think it was in the last Championship fixture and also in the fixture against Yorkshire earlier in the season. This time is a Yorker, which is dug out by Pepper, goes down to fine leg where there is a single. Score rotates. Score comes 101 for 6. Yeah, very watchful today, Jordan Cox, having seen those 3 wickets fall this morning. We had that early lunch and we're back out there, and Essex are fighting. Revis is in, that's pulled, and that's going to go slightly mistimed. It's gone for 1 out to deep square leg where there is a man back on the hook. He's literally just behind. We've got a fine leg that's squared, not fine, but he's down there on the boundary, and we have a deep backward square for Michael Pepper. Slip in a gully. Wind blowing, it's a prevailing westerly, coming really from the cricket nets, which is slightly across the pitch, which will help Revis with the away swinger from the end he's bowling in, which is the rugby ground end. This is driven back to the bowler, no run.
I thought we were going to lapse into the shipping forecast for a moment there. Toppers. Northern Sierra, Southern Sierra.
Who's the commentator that loves that? That's Maxwell.
Can't remember.
Yeah, the Australian.
Is it?
Yeah, he loves it. Yeah.
Jim Maxwell.
Yeah, he absolutely adores the shipping forecast. I think he's got tea tales, memorabilia, and even a tape recording of that comical one of the shipping forecast.
I can't afford to listen to TMS because I'm always working to try and earn the same shift rate as you, obviously, Toppers.
Yes.
Will Sutherland is going to continue at the City end of the ground. 102 for 6, and Jordan Cox is on strike. Here comes Sutherland now. Cox pushes quite firmly, but fielded off his own bowling by Sutherland. No run. David says weather radar looks promising from here on in. Fingers crossed. Good. Next time they come out, they'll be on a good while. Well, they have been an hour just about now. Platty says it's all gone pear-shaped this year for Essex in all variation, particularly T20 but Championship also poor.
The reason for that, for me.
Asked for your reasoning, so you can give him that after this delivery, which is pushed back to Sutherland as no run.
They've got such a small squad. Seriously, it may be 16, it may be 17, but we've got such a small squad. We haven't got the money. Perhaps we're not going to be particularly attractive to get people in, and we're short of bowling. Basically, our bowling attack all season has tried to be Snater, Cook and Porter, and then we've lost Cook to be rested.
Yep, here's Sutherland to Cox, and he's got it away wide of the cordon, and he's got it away for 4 through third man. The diving attempt was by James Wharton, couldn't quite get there. So doing well here, Essex. The lead is just 15, but they still have 4 wickets in hand.
So we've got those 3 seamers, of which Porter's had a little bit of an injury. He's also on paternity leave. We lost Cook because England asked Essex, as a non-contract, essentially contracted cricketer, could you rest him? And Chris Silverwood, who's been in that job with England, obliged, and I full credit to Chris, but it doesn't help Essex. So with those 3 seamers, we haven't got any seamers of quality in the depth. You know, we've got a number of young seamers who you can't ask these young seamers to do a man's job. They're learning the trade, their body's learning to cope with the overs. It's a really tricky business, and Essex don't have the quality in reserve, and that's really the essence. Look at all these other teams that do well. They have a plethora of bowlers, and you guys here, you rested Ben Code. Was it the last game?
Left out rather than rested.
Well,
Toppers.
Essex can't afford to leave anybody out.
Sutherland over the wicket and played into the deck this time by Cox on its way to Bean at Gully. There is no run. Chris Parkin is asking if it's free to come in at Clifton Park this afternoon. Free after 4 o'clock, Chris, and anybody else who's interested in coming. Free entry after 4 p.m. So a bit of time to go before then. The way it's going, we may well still have a game in progress. Afternoon as well to Gaz Johnson, who's all about going up to Scarborough later in the month. I think we'll probably need another switch round in a moment or so. Bring Jamie back in, give Toppers a breather. He's been on for some hard graft, standing on his feet for most of the last hour, as Jordan Cox gets right in behind that Sutherland delivery and defence. So 26 to the non-striking Pepper, 55 now to number 77. Jordan Cox, and he's doing a manful job for Essex here, who I'm sure there was some doom and gloom among some supporters, thinking that it might be all wrapped up pretty quickly, but we know cricket and how often the tail can wag, and we've seen it to great effect for Yorkshire in this match already. So why should we think that anything different might happen for the visitors as Sutherland is in and Cox leaves? And there is no run. It's yeah, I'm going to have to get some sunscreen out here, Jamie, because it's fairly warm. I'll let you summarise what you've been doing for the last half hour.
Well, I've just been watching the cricket. like everybody else here at York. I wonder how much that final day's play at Chelmsford is in the minds of the Yorkshire players and indeed those in the Essex camp as well. Refer back to that innings by Michael Pepper at Chelmsford. 68, but crucially 229 deliveries he lasted. Matthew Revis continuing from the rugby ground end. Big tall frame bounding in. And bowls a heavy ball that on a full length delivery is pushed back to him by Pepper, no run. It's interesting just getting Topper's appraisal of Michael Pepper's natural game. It isn't instinct for him to be conservative, defensive, offer that rear guard resilience, but thus far he's faced 53 deliveries. His 54th is skewed through the covers. Didn't play it as cleanly as he would have liked, but it runs away for a single. Finley Bean was fielding from short extra cover, and just evidence that there's a little bit of moisture out on the field despite the sunshine that we've got now. He slipped, Finley, and then just had a quick look to his spikes, or what we presume and hope are spikes, under his right boot. So Essex 107 for 6. Partnership worth 59 between these two. That one's gone down the leg side. Very faint cries of hope as the swish of the bat by Pepper misses the ball and Bairstow takes it to his left. We were saying earlier, Doidgy, myself and Toppers, how intriguing it's been in this game that 6 of the dismissals of the 26 that we've seen thus far have been down the leg side.
Yep, and it's Harrison Allen said to me this morning that he can't find any other county games since they started doing those sort of analysis.
Oh, full length delivery. Now he's gone to drive at that, and Cox has got the wicket. Revis has got him. Cox has gone. And that is a huge wicket for Yorkshire in the context of this game and in their bid for victory. It was a rare, wild shot choice from Jordan Cox in an innings thus far, up until his dismissal, that has been controlled, measured and careful at the crease. He was tempted by the full length delivery, and Jordan Cox has gone from the bowling of Matthew Revis, and that is a huge wicket. He did wonders with the bat, Matthew Revis, with that 150, and he's got a crucial wicket, the wicket of Jordan Cox. Essex 107 for 7.
Yeah, great time to strike just when Essex were beginning to rebuild. They got themselves in front on the scoreboard, and as I was saying not long ago, another hour or so might change the complexion. Certainly another 2 hours would really start to bring the draw back into the equation. 55 for Jordan Cox. I was going to say they put 53 up, but of course that's the overs remaining. 55 from 108. 55 from 108. 159 minutes of batting, 7 fours.
It's got a message of apology from the man looking after the scoreboard. I won't use the exact terminology, but the scoreboard is not working. You don't know the heroics that are being performed here. So there you go. Trying to keep an eye on the scoreboard here at Clifton Park. What we do know is that Matthew Revis has got the wicket of Jordan Cox, and that is a crucial one at that, ending that partnership between himself and Pepper. New man at the crease.
Yeah, probably. Noah Thane,
who got a very handy 50 in the first innings, and he's defending that initial Matthew Revis ball for no run. The heat's definitely picked up here at Clifton Park. Revis is in, good length delivery. Solidly behind that is Noah Thane. Again, dot ball.
Yeah, 4 seasons in one day almost. definitely got quite a coats warmer, lad. It's got coats warmer since about an hour ago, since they came back out after lunch. Yeah, so 107 for 7, a lead of 16 runs is not going to win you many games in the history of county championship cricket, but you still have 3 wickets to play with here, Essex, and I know that Toppers was writing that off earlier in the day as this will be the last partnership and all those things. Pepper is still there. It'll be hard work to bat for a long time with the last 3 wickets, but if you can control it, it can still add some frustration for Yorkshire, and they just got to keep their own discipline, the bowling side here. It was an excellent rearguard effort from Cox to come up with 50 odd out of 107 for 7. Will Sutherland is going to continue, and he's bowling from the city end to Michael Pepper. Wonder if the crowd might start to build to some extent in the closing hour or two. In comes Sutherland then. Pepper drops that delivery into the offside, and George Hill is round to clean up at the moment. Johnny Bairstow accompanied by Adam Lyth at slip. Finlay Bean to his right at gully. Don Bess is at a short straight mid wicket. Abdullah Shafiq is square in front of square, I think, by the look of the angle, on the boundary edge. There's a mid on mid off cover, George Hill, and a third man, James Wharton, who's going to come into play here off the boundary down by the marquee away to our right, because Pepper's just run Sutherland's latest delivery in that direction. Sun shining at the Mow. Well, here we are, a match that I think many of us had probably just about written off as a draw a couple of days ago, and how things have turned. Yorkshire having a really good day yesterday, and Essex the reverse of that, having really felt pretty much taking control of things with the 368 they put up, and then getting into the Yorkshire batting lineup as well. Thane turns that latest delivery to Best. There's no run. When Johnny Bairstow was out yesterday morning, I think most Yorkshire supporters felt that that was their chance of racking up a decent run rate, getting in front and putting some pressure on. And then Matthew Revis came in and scuppered all those theories with his 150, and Ben Coe with his 89. Sutherland's in and bowling, and Thane plays into the offside, and still the long form, the greatest form, isn't it? You think back to that match just a few weeks ago at Chelmsford, all the cards stacked in Yorkshire's favour, just like they are here at the moment. Couldn't see it through then. Can lightning in that respect strike twice? Can Essex get out of this pretty deep hole they find themselves in? You rule nothing out in cricket as Sutherland bowls. Thane pulls his bat out of the way of that one.
Almighty effort. I mean, Thane showed, didn't he, in the first innings, faced 80 something deliveries for his 50. And Pepper's still there, so with that we'll give Essex hope. I go back to about 24 hours ago with a score at 228 for 6.
Sutherland in, turned into the leg side by Thane. No run to complete the over at 108 for 7, a 17-run lead. Yes, I know what you're going to say, but say it.
Oh, just the turnaround when George Hill was dismissed, the way in which Revis and then when Code came out to meet him, how they've shifted the momentum back into Yorkshire's favour. It hasn't really let up from that point, and every time that Essex have threatened thus far, Yorkshire have been able to find an answer, most recently the wicket of Jordan Cox. And Jordan Cox, the longer he lasted, the more difficult it would prove to be for Yorkshire. So Matthew Revis showing why he is blossoming into a crucial all-rounder in this Yorkshire Sets up side and the balance and the makeup of the 11 as he continues from the rugby ground end under beating sunshine here now at Clifton Park. Full length delivery to Pepper. He defends.
More than one coach has said to me in the last couple of seasons with regard to Matthew Revis that he is a player who tries to find a way, so things don't always go his way, but he's curious about how he can make things better.
Pounding in at the moment now. That's down the leg side, flicked elegantly by Pepper. Sets off for 2. He'll have to settle for a single. It's Ben Code coming round from fine leg to field. That brings Noah Thane on strike. I thought he was very... How do I say? He sounded very calm in regards to what I imagine was a very exciting day for him yesterday. I thought he sounded very calm and considered in his post-match chat with you yesterday evening.
He's always quite understated when you
That's the word I wanted.
And he's usually on the slightly embarrassed side of the line that anybody's talking about. He's had a good day.
Bowling now, and it's a full-length delivery that's worked off the feet by Thane. Tumbling stop at mid-wicket. I think it's George Hill doing the fielding and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, there's another case in point. George fielding the ball is fairly similar in that respect. When you stick a microphone in front of him, usually tell you that everybody else was good.
Well, what I thought was interesting, and naturally close of play yesterday, it was Rev that walked the team off. And there was an almost embarrassed look to him. He didn't really want to look up and take the adulation. And he comes back of a length this time, persisting with that straight line, and square on. Thane turns it into mid-wicket. There's no run. Thump goes the microphone. A panic.
I have just done what I hate people doing. My apologies, everybody.
The panicked look. The hat is out.
Yeah, it was the hat. Just needed to get it in place. I had to take the cans off. Sorry, folks.
No, it's understandable. That's a lovely shot, driven up by Thane towards Tom Bess and mid-off for no run. But he didn't really feel comfortable with everybody kind of rallying around him, saying, really well played today, mate. That was a fantastic knot. You should be really proud of yourself. It was, stated is absolutely the word. Almost a humility and a humble nature to him, but mightily effective, particularly in this game. Oh, that's a good ball. Beats the outside edge of Thane, who's played all around that. He stares down at the pitch, Thane. It might have kept a tad low, but a good delivery from Revis nevertheless. And he's got a bit of rhythm to his work at the moment, Matthew Revis. That completes his over. Essex 109 for 7. Their lead currently 18 runs. Long chat between Revis and skipper Bairstow as he just readjusts his hat. Matthew Revis, if you are just joining us, getting the prize wicket, it feels like, in this Essex innings of Jordan Cox, who was well set at the crease, offering the rearguard action that Essex need if they are to survive. Edging behind to Johnny Bairstow. 55 from 108 deliveries. Sunshine, Doji.
Moonlight, good times, Boogie. Will Sutherland, nicely played off the legs by Michael Pepper down to Jack White, who fields, no run. The Sitch, good grief, says Richard Gibson. Darren Smith says, shout out to the Yorkshire under-9 Centurions playing at Clifton Park tomorrow against Woodhouse Grange and the York Griffins under-9s in the Yorkshire T under-9s League. Both unbeaten and top of the league. It's a shame you and Don are not around to see some rapid bowling. It is, Darren. Might be watching some elsewhere. Baston, Sutherland in and bowling, and Thane shoulders arms. And there is no run. So, where are we headed here? Well, we probably think we're heading towards Well, the odds are on a Yorkshire success with 50 overs remaining, 3 wickets to take and a lead of just 19. But then keep throwing back that Chelmsford final day into the equation as Thane turns that to Bess at straight mid-wicket, no run. Remember that day, Yorkshire needed 6 wickets. They had 400 and plenty in hand at the start of it. Runs were never going to come into it from an Essex point of view, other than for personal milestones and all of that. And the Yorkies managed a single wicket in the first 2 sessions of the day, and that came off the very last ball of the afternoon session. Thane pulls away from playing a shot at this latest Sutherland delivery, which was wide of off stump, and then of course 4 wickets in fairly quick time for Yorkshire in that final session, and needed 1 more to complete victory and couldn't get it. To say this won't go the same way. Thane trying to frustrate the hosts here. Howard Ferguson bringing out the coffees, that's good to see. Between announcements, as Sutherland drags this one down the leg side. Thane misses out, Bairstow across to take it. You can hear the flag, the rope that's holding the flags up away to our right, pinging against the aluminium pole, and they are blowing out very much horizontally at the moment, the 2 flags on that pole at the side of the clubhouse. So this morning, barely a breath of wind when we had some rain, and conditions have changed quite dramatically. Sutherland in, it was a good length ball and slashed away along the deck down to James Wharton, running round to 3rd man to field. So a single to Thane will get him off the mark. Pepper's on 30. Should, I think, go to 1-1-1 for 7 at the end of the 47th over of this Essex second innings. And I think I'm right in saying it'll be 49 overs remaining in the day when the board is updated.
Is it Mr. Benison, subfielder today?
I think Owen Smith has been the man who's been going on today, so maybe it was Will Benison yesterday and Owen Smith nominated today.
If it is Owen, he's just replaced George Hill for now. Matthew Revis to continue from the rugby ground end. That one's gone through. Now with Thane, it looks like it's beaten the inside edge this time. Didn't carry through to Bairstow. The look on Don Bess's face at mid-off as he just took his cap off in anguish suggests that that was mightily close. We've got no replays now. The monitor has departed.
No replays, no canopy, no coffees.
No hope. Grumbling again, Josh. He's grumbling. Someone sort it out. Revis pulls out of that delivery. He's jogging in. Quite sure what was the matter there. He just lost his rhythm and his run up. That breeze picking up. Angle Sutherland is going through his bowling action at Gully. Adam Lythe, the only slip in place. Shafiq at point. Finley Peanut, short extra cover. Bess at mid-off. That's a good length delivery by Matthew Revis as he fields off his own bowling and the follow through, and you can see the back of his shirt, 77, rippling away in this blustery breeze that we've now got at Clifton Park. I reckon that the crowd is just starting to pick up a little bit, Dodgy.
Do you?
Ever so slightly, I reckon so. He's saying that through hope. That one looks to have kept a tad low, but Thane on the back foot defends solidly towards Bess at mid-off.
Ben Code going through some warm-up routines away the opposite side of the ground in front of the blue temporary seating.
Yeah, he looks like he's loosening up more so than that of Will Sutherland. Revis steaming in from the rugby ground, and that's a full-length delivery that's pushed straight, and a tumbling stop by Dom Bess coming round from mid-off is a good one. Jack White in support, backing him up.
Dom Bess just hurt himself, I think, there, around about the right hip.
Looked awkward as he fell to the deck. He's just moving that hip out, but he seems to be all right. Thane came through for a single. Keep an eye on the situation down in Southampton. Hampshire 197 for 4, still trailing Worcestershire's first innings score of 679 for 7 declared by 261 runs. So survival mode for them as well, as on the back foot this time. Pepper is cutting through the covers, and they'll come back for 2 rather comfortably. Shafiq coming round from point to field. It's a case of, with those 6 wickets intact, just trying to bat for the rest of the day, similar to that of Essex, although they are 7 down at the crease. For them, Brown 53 from 172 deliveries. Liam Dawson as well, who we know is very capable with the bat, 23 from 78. That's just working the ball in the sleeve of his left arm. Tosses the ball to Matthew Revers, top of his mark. Stands by Pepper as he waits at the crease. Back foot punched towards Finlay Bean in the offside. And there'll be no run to complete that over. Essex 114 for 7. And the lead is 23.
Yeah, so just still nudging away the Essex pair. Still to come in this Essex second innings. Shane Snater, Khalil Ahmed, who we missed. Definitely Shane Snater and Khalil Ahmed. We've only got 10 men on my sheet. Oh no, yeah, it will be just those 2, won't it? We're 7 down at the minute. And they don't have 12 players in his side. The last time I checked,
sure,
on a county championship
sure
team sheet. Although Essex, kind of did in this game actually, because they thought Sam Cook would have been eligible. But then, of course, that was not the case. That one thrown out by England. Ben Code, who has been mentioned in the same breath as Sam Cook for some time in terms of their championship record, is coming back on at the City end for his first spell of the afternoon. That's dropped out into the offside by Thane and fielded there by James Wharton. So yeah, Shane Snater, Khalil Ahmed, the 2 remaining Essex batters.
Jack White loosening up in front of us at long leg. Adam Live off the field at the moment.
He's had that calf issue, maybe having some treatment possibly as Code's in. Thane easing that ball out to Wharton at cover with a few bunny hops. Get the glutes and the hammies and the quads all moving again before he comes on to bowl. That vaguely. Ben Code back at his mark. In past umpire Hartley bowls, it's just back of a length, and Thane goes back foot and drops it out into the offside. No run. There's no action away to our right on the Clifton Alliance ground, but there is some action further on in the distance. Some people, whether they're male or female, I'm not sure, in orange fluorescent clothing. It looks like a piece of machinery up on an embankment, maybe near the river. Code comes in again. Thane, back foot once more, drops out into the offside again.
Bit of orange high-vis, some hard hats, plenty of machinery. And they were working yesterday as well. What's on, I do not know.
Well, when Toppers comes back on, he'll be asking you to go off and research that as his lackey.
He's actually down there asking the question now.
I doubt it. Code then, coming in to bowl once again to Thane at 114 for 7. And Noah Thane right in behind it once more. Punches to Matthew Revis. Fielding at mid-on. No run. Thane just trying determined fashion here to hold Yorkshire up. Johnny Bairstow up to the stumps. Was he speaking to Ben Code? Was he speaking to Noah Thane? Maybe it was Michael Pepper who came down the pitch and picked up a piece of debris and threw it away in the breeze. Johnny's talking, Johnny's buzzing, Johnny's giving directions at the moment with the left glove and dropping Owen Smith out deeper at mid-wicket. As Thane pushes the final ball of Codes over to mid-off, 114 for 7, 2 to Thane, 32 to Michael Pepper. And that one wicket to have fallen since the lunch break, when the score was on 107, was that of Jordan Cox, caught by Johnny Bairstow off the bowling of Matthew Revis for 55. Essex began the day at 33 for 3. Runs have not been easy to come by, but they've been easier for a spell after lunch. And talking of a spell, here's one for Jack White.
They're still being kind to us. You can hear the breeze in our effects mic, but the sun is shining. Dried up any moisture that had been left on the wicket or on the pitch. The rain delay that we had earlier, 16 overs lost today. Revised lunch break. And now Jack White, as he has done often in this game, comes into the attack from the ground end. Long strides as he makes his way to the crease through his action. It's a good length delivery first up. But the tall Michael Pepper is firmly behind. Drops it into the onside. No run. Comes down the wicket. Does a bit of guarding. 19 on his back. Slip in place. Adam Lyth still off the field. George Hill is in that cordon. And then Sutherland at gully. And on the point boundary as that one's driven back towards White, who fields off his own bowling. There's no run. I guess it's a case of patience for Yorkshire, not losing focus, keeping that enthusiasm level high. The breakthrough of Jordan Cox will have given them a serious spring in their step, but it's how they maintain that now. Pepper and Thane frustrating, and we know, as we've explained already in the game at Chelmsford, how crucial Pepper was in that innings for Essex. That one's defended well by that man, and Shafiq at short extra cover collects the ball. He took a good catch early on today. Ben Code got the wicket of Simon Harmer, who in his own right frustrated Yorkshire in that game down at Chelmsford earlier this season. Jack White. Two wickets in this Essex innings, both of which have come this morning. Coming in now from the rugby ground end once more. Strays down the leg side. Pepper looked to turn it around the corner. Hits him on the thigh pad. And there's no run. Jack White getting Matt Critley trapped LBW. And then he clean bowled Charlie Allison. It was a beauty of a wicket. It's off stump cartwheeling. Sunshine right on us here at Clifton Park now. We're looking right into it. White is in. George Hill, who's come into a catching position just off the cut strip on the offside. A silly mid-off. He's come out of the slip cordon. Pepper again defending, and then just for that one delivery, it would seem, as he trudges back in towards first slip next to Johnny Bairstow. Best doing his work on the ball. Weather at Clifton Park today, overcast, breezy, rain, sunshine, caught behind. Jack White has his third wicket, and it's the crucial one again of Michael Pepper. It was short and wide, it was there to be hit. He went for the cut shot, threw his bat at it, and Johnny Bairstow took the catch behind the stumps. Essex are 8 down, and Yorkshire are making huge strides towards what would be a crucial victory in the context of their season. 114 for 8. Michael Pepper departs for 32.
Yeah, he's a good bowler, isn't he, Jack White? He just seems to get something out of just about anything from what we've seen in this season on the different surfaces he's played on, the different conditions. And I don't know, it felt like that was just a little bit, maybe just put a little bit more back into it than the odd delivery. It felt a little bit quicker. It certainly climbed. And yeah, an injudicious stroke given the work he'd put in there, but it tempted him into playing at it. That was the key, I think, really, from Jack White. Michael Pepper, who's put up some stubborn resistance for his team again against Yorkshire this season. Well, not quite his day to day. Made 30-odd, 32, I think, in the final analysis. That was the last ball of the 50th over of the innings. 32 off 66 deliveries for Michael Pepper, and that included 5 fours, I think my laptop says in the sunlight. So it's a good effort. Will it be enough? At the moment, that is looking unlikely. Been off for rain already on a couple of occasions today. You just can't afford to rule anything out in a game of cricket. Code into Bolter Thane. And that is run out into the offside where Owen Smith, substitute fielder on this final day, hold of the ball at point and runs back around the ring. 8 down. Pepper gone, Cox gone. They put on a pretty good stand. New man at the crease, Shane Snater, and then just Khalil Ahmed to come at 11. Coden again over the wicket to Thane, who goes from the crease and pushes up to mid-off where George Hill feels no run.
And that'll be the frustration from an Essex standpoint, is that both Pepper and Cox have laid the foundations. They've faced a good amount of deliveries, well set, you would say, at the crease, and both modes of dismissal have been chasing deliveries outside the off stump in game situation, ones that they could just leave well alone.
Going again. Thane leaves. Who's a Bairstow? Will flip it out back around the ring via Adam Lythe. 114 for 8. Remember, Essex had 91 to rub off before they got into the positive here. So I make that a lead at the moment of 23 with just 2 wickets in hand.
There's Johnny Bairstow's 6th catch behind the stumps in this game.
In comes Code, and that is pushed up to mid-off by Thane. No run, and he mentioned those 6 leg side strangles, genuine leg side strangles, I'm told. In the eyes of Harrison Allen, the Yorkshire analyst, 6 of them in one match is the most he's seen in a county cricket game anywhere. That's not just Yorkshire County cricket matches, but any county championship match, and some tests, I think it was was his expression, since 2019. So it doesn't happen that often. Code to Thane, who defends this time up to mid-on, where Revis does the fielding.
Do we explore as to why? What do we think? Is that just coincidence, or...?
I think I'd have to sit probably and watch them all back.
I know
just think about who's bowling each one and what shots played.
I think back to the Shafiq wicket. That was, to me, a premeditated set plan.
Yeah, Code into Thane, flicks it nicely off his legs, but Revis fields going round from mid-on. That will complete the over. And I think probably time for me to step out and bring Toppers back in with Jamie for the next little bit at 114 for 8.
Go enjoy the sunshine, Mr. Deutsch. Good stint from you. Cap on. That sunshine is really beating down now. We've had all seasons here today. And, well, the scene is set for Yorkshire. Full out ground here at York Cricket Club. And from a Yorkshire perspective, truly in the driving seat now. Jack White getting key wicket, you feel, every time we've said that, but Pepper was well set at the crease, frustrating Yorkshire, offering that Essex resilience. And like Matthew Revis did when bowling to Jordan Cox, Jack White similarly to Michael Pepper. As we welcome Toppers back onto comms.
Hello and a good afternoon. You've got a couple of decent wickets, 114 for 8. Essex under a little bit of pressure here now.
And Jack White coming in from the rugby ground end, and behind that is the new man at the crease, Snater. What can we expect from him with the bat in hand? Is he capable? Can he stick around?
I would describe him as he won't die wondering. He can be effective. He likes to put bat to ball. He's not known for his blocking. Modern day ways, he likes to see the game move on. So we'll see. Just a slip in a gully. I thought it'd be worth more in there.
Worked into the leg side by Snater, just off his toes, no run.
We've seen a really blustery afternoon.
Yep.
Look at the flags, they're fluttering, they're extended. Our awning has been withdrawn because of the wind. That has an effect with the ball as well, because the bowlers run in, it's hard work, you're running into the wind or a sideways wind, that helps with a bit of swing. And it is a little bit off-putting as well for the batsman who, do the body weight move?
White's there with a full-length delivery that Snater gets behind. Open face bat, plays it up towards Don Best at short extra cover, no run.
Even on a flat wicket, a strong gusty wind just makes it a little bit more difficult for the batsman, because the wind can move him around the crease. And also the bowler at the point of delivery, it can move you a little bit. It's not always easy to get your rhythm. Sometimes you can run in and you have to abort because of the gusty wind. So it just helps maybe the ball move a bit.
That's a lovely shot from Snater. Cries of catch it from Adam Lyth, as we know, very enthusiastic as Snater across the deck plays that shot past Finley Bean. A catching position, straight-ish mid-wicket, but it's fielded by James Wharton at a much squarer and deeper mid-wicket for no run. And it's interesting, isn't it, as we edge closer to a conclusion and quite potentially a result in this game away from the draw, as Jack White, again, that leaping action as he runs in, short of a length that's hit straight on the back foot, cut up towards Matthew Revis at mid-off for no run. There's been a lot less discussion, Toppers, regarding the use of the Kookaburra ball, where days 1 and 2 it was rife with the amount of runs that had come not just in this game but actually more predominantly across the county championship, but we've been talking about the Kookaburra ball a lot less, with the prospect of, well, looking like a Yorkshire win on the table as it stands, which I think is quite interesting. As Jack White over the wicket comes in, and that is, well, that's a solid orthodox defensive shot by Snater. Nothing wrong with the technique and application with that shot, and there's no run to complete that over. Essex 114 for 8.
Your coach actually was quite public about being anti the Kookaburra ball.
Yeah.
It's been at the moment Yorkshire are on course for a victory. Let's is it going to be a matter of time? I'm looking west and I can't see much rain.
No.
So is it a matter of time? But Anthony McGrath, formerly of Essex, he is not pleased about playing the Kookaburra ball. I have a small, not theory, but my experience of bowling with a Kookaburra ball in South Africa, in Australia, is you're playing on harder surfaces. As who's this? Ben Code coming into. He's got 3 for so far in this innings. In South Africa, the pitches are harder, quicker. In Australia, the pitches are harder and quicker. Generally speaking, the quickest wicket in this country is Old Trafford. Even the county pitches are quite slower, and I think that is one of the problems for the Kookaburra ball, is the slow county cricket surfaces does not endear yourself to the ball.
It's really interesting that last delivery, a dot ball well defended by Noah Thane. I've had the privilege over the last few days to ask this question or speak about this topic, which is a contentious topic, we know, to either 3 players who have formerly played the game or currently playing the game. So yourself, David Lloyd and Jordan Thompson, Yorkshire all-rounder, who joined us on day 2. And you have all said the same thing, that it's less about the ball, it's more about English pitches not being suited to the Kookaburra ball.
Code on his way in, Thane facing, and this is driven to mid-on where there is no run. Just to elaborate a little bit more, we used, last season, we used the Kookaburra early season. Correct. Where there was a little bit more movement, a bit more greener pitches, a bit more early season movement. But it was still quite a challenge. Sam Cook bowled well at Trent Bridge, got a 5-fer. I think he may have even got 10-fer. Essex won at Trent Bridge. They were one of the few teams to win that early rounds. But if do you leave more grass on when you play with a Kookaburra ball? Code in, and this time played off the back foot by Thane to backward point. There is no run. So you could leave a bit more grass on, but there's a bit more risk or variance. We're just not sure what to do, how much grass to leave on for the Kookaburra ball. But generally speaking, our surfaces are too slow to make it an ideal or level contest between bat and ball for the Kookaburra ball. I'm going to tell you a story from a few years ago as Code comes in. This is cut down to available third man, where it's going to run away towards the corporate tents, where there are nobody in them for corporate reasons, just staying out of the sunshine. And that is 4 runs to Thane and indeed to Essex, 118 for 8. If I just tell you, back in 1991, how old were you?
I was 4 years away from being a thought.
There you go. What can I say about that? I was playing for Essex, and there was a reason I'm mentioning it. Is 1991 was a very famous year. Thane facing. This is played off the back foot into the offside. Defensively, there is no run, end of the over, 118 for 8. We used to use the reader ball, and in 1989, 88, people used to leave a bit of grass on, and there were some very average bowlers got a lot of wickets. I got a lot of wickets. If you hit the seam, it did it. But on some pitches, it didn't have to hit the seam. They were just poor pitches.
Yeah.
And they were undulating and uneven, and less poor bowlers got wickets galore. In 91, but there was lots of complaints about medium dobbers picking up wickets and whatever. In 1991, they reduced the seam. They made us all use the reader ball, and they reduced the seam. There used to be 15 strands to a seam, and the seam that goes in and out the cricket ball. 15 strands wrapped together, twined, and they reduced it to 9. Okay. And in 1991, Jimmy Cook, there was so many people. For 89, we were talking about average players getting wickets. In 91, average player were getting runs.
A short delivery down the leg side at Snater as he leapt up into the air, played nicely, tickled it around the corner, through fine leg, and it's Ben Cody who comes round, they pick up 2.
So can you imagine the cricket ball when we used to talk about the Duke's ball, that the cricket ball used to feel nice in between your first 2 fingers with a proud seam? And it's a skill, landing the ball on the seam. That is a skill. But we reduced the seam, so suddenly it was only 9 strands to the seam, and nobody got any wickets, and it didn't really encourage spin bowlers, really. That was the idea.
Full length delivery pushed back, Jack White bowling from the rugby ground end, no run.
There was one game at the Oval, Kevin Peterson smashed Leicestershire around one year for 300. There was Neil Fairbrother, who Lancashire got about 800, and he scored 300 at the Oval. So there was a lot of dull matches, and in 1992 they raised it from 9 strand on the seam to 11, or it may have even been 12, and I think that is where we still are today.
Over the wicket, White, and that one again, a straight line delivery that is tickled around the corner by Snater. He's come back for 2, he's kept the strike, and that moves Essex on to 120. 2 for 8, went for the scoreboards update.
91, I didn't get so many wickets, and I didn't actually play as much in Championship cricket because we were playing extra spinner but everybody suffered. Everybody suffered in 1991. Were you ever aware of that and about the seam ball in 1991 and they reduced it?
That's the first time I've heard that. Leg slip in place now, Jack White with a straight line delivery, and Snater is solidly behind that with the full face of the blade. It goes back to Jack White, and there's no run. No, that's the first time I've heard that.
Yeah, if you ask anyone of sort of my age, maybe a bit younger, they will talk about Bumble would have remembered it, because I reckon Bumble was an umpire.
Yeah.
So if you ever come across him again, and I know he does a fair bit of commentary, ask him about, didn't they reduce the seam, as in the strands that could make the seam on the cricket ball in 1991?
Driven by Snater on this occasion, full length delivery. Matthew Revis fields it at mid-off, and there's no run.
Bowlers loved it, batsmen loved it.
And so, take me deeper into this. So, is that because it just wasn't offering much then to the bowlers because of the seam, and is it less proud?
Less proud.
Yeah.
And obviously, when the ball hit the seam, there's less seam, because the strands had been reduced. So when you see a cricket ball which is sewn, kookaburras are machine made.
Yeah.
Dukes and Readers are made by humans. They're made naturally.
On the back foot, Snater defends, and he's done well there for Essex. It's another over survived in the context of their game and their hopes of coming away from York with a draw. At the end of that over, they're 122 for 8.
You can only play against the people who are the opposition, and at the moment Yorkshire fully deserve this. They worked hard on the first innings. Essex got a total. They did. They got it quite slowly. Maybe they could have got a few more if they'd have played better. But in 4-day cricket, the great Keith Fletcher, who is president of Essex Cricket Club, as a captain, and when we moved from 3-day cricket, what year was that? Late 80s, we started to have some we played some 4-day cricket during the season as well as 3-day cricket, and then we converted 4 into 4-day cricket full time. He would say in 4-day cricket, you only have to bowl the opposition out cheaply once. And this is what you've done here. I mean, Essex got a decent first innings score, perhaps not enough, but they got a first innings score. But in the second innings, we're being bowled out cheaply. We're going to see Don Bess into the attack here. He's bowled his first ball quite quick, gone back. Has Noah Thane, where he's played it back in down the wicket, maybe to short mid on where there is a fielder and there is no run. Bess in again, right arm over the wicket. This is lap, swept straight to the fielder. Abdullah Shafiq at deep square leg, probably just in front. Good shot from Thane, which was executed with power, but it was in total control.
I raised the point about the Kookaburra ball. Admittedly,
it's a wider seam,
yeah,
slightly wider, so when both your fingers will be on it, whereas the Duke ball would you'll have your fingers either side of the seam, so it's thinner and prouder. Best comes in. Good for defensive from Snater, batting at number 10, no run.
But yeah, and I would admit that I've been guilty of it in this game when it feels as if the game is meandering towards a draw.
Again, a play and a miss. Maybe that was an arm ball, but it didn't turn. He played for the turn, did Snater, nothing there. And it's a play and a miss. And the keeper whipped off the bails quite smartly, but to no avail.
And as the complexion of this game goes on, and it looks more like we're heading towards a Yorkshire win.
This is lapped. I don't know if it's pad or bat. It's not going to be 4, it's going to be 2. 2 of... Looking for 3. No, it's only 2. Looking at the umpire. He obviously got a bat or a piece of glove on that. It's gone particularly fine, almost to the beer tents with a particularly very famous Suffolk brewery on there.
Is that right?
That's where I live. Not far from them. As... this is driven down the ground. There could be a run out. I think he got a bit on it, but I think Noah Thane was back in the crease, and he was just as well, because Bess has parried it onto the stumps, and there is no run. End of first over. 125 for 8. Have you heard of that beer company?
I have, yes.
Yes.
I have.
That's local.
I've tried it as well. It's lovely.
Have you? Yes.
Yes, that particular IPA that's being advertised. I've tried it, and I must say I'm a fan. It was very purposeful, wasn't he, Noah Thane, in the placing of his bat in his crease, unflustered.
Yes.
With the appeals around him. But just to finish that point in the Kookaburra, and to my own admission, with the game meandering to what felt like a draw at the end of day 2, again, like Nottingham, talking about the Kookaburra, we're criticising maybe the use of it, and look, I think there are other games across the county championship that are very much meandering towards a draw. I've spoken about it a lot less because Yorkshire seemingly are on their way to what they will hope to be a victory. My point being is I'm talking about it a lot less because it looks like we're going to get, well, it looks favoured like a Yorkshire result as Jack White to continue from the rugby ground end, and that with an open face bat is worked backward of point by Thane for a single. That brings Snater on strike. Should we be giving Yorkshire's bowlers particular credit here, because it's been much maligned, the Kookaburra ball, and that it doesn't offer much. The fact that they've been able to fashion this opportunity, and the scoreboard pressure, isn't there? That is a thing within cricket. At Essex 1-2-6 for 8 at the moment. That they've done an impressive job with what many have described over the last few weeks, a ball that doesn't favour the bowlers. Jack White in, and that one on the back foot is driven up towards Don Bess at short extra cover, where he'll do some more work on the ball in the front of his shirt, and there's no run. And the lead at the moment for Essex is 35, if I've got my calculations correct. And Yorkshire, the heavy favourites, and they've done a wonderful job. And I've got to say, the work this morning of Ben Code and particularly Jack White has been mightily impressive. Here he is bowling now. That's a genuine outside edge that hits the deck before reaching Will Sutherland at gully, going down to his right. Shovel of hands that he's able to get down there and take that into his grasp rather comfortably.
No, I think you're absolutely right to give credit to Yorkshire. Not only their batting yesterday afternoon at the tail, brilliant 150, but I think they've bowled quite well as a unit. They've bowled straight. Essex, both sides didn't have too much confidence coming into this game. Essex have been low on, we're not losing any play here. The bails, we haven't got the windy bails on yet, the heavy ones, but they've been blown off, and I think it might be Adam Lythe who's putting them back on, kindly, for the umpire. Yorkshire at the moment are deserving of this victory.
Jack White, good length delivery that Snater on the back foot defends, and there's no run. Is there a degree of disappointment, frustration from an Essex standpoint, toppers, that Jordan Cox 55 from 108 deliveries, Michael Pepper 32 from 66? They'd faced a lot of deliveries. They were looking measured at the crease to both be dismissed, caught behind Bairstow, chasing after to wide deliveries.
Yeah, they obviously felt it was getting easier. I think it's disappointment just generally.
Yeah.
With everything at the moment, we've been short of confidence most of this summer. We haven't played. We've only won one game.
Jack White in, that one's lofted upwards by Snater. He didn't commit to the drive. It fell safely. One bounce up to Matthew Rebis at mid-off. There was a half shy at the stumps as well at the non-strikers, and No Thane was comfortably in, but that was a loosish shot.
I don't want to say play by numbers, that sounds very clubby, but Shane Snater won't die wondering. You know, he could easily get caught at mid-off. Yeah. He's going to look to go over the top. You know, when you're out there and he blocks a few, you know something's about to erupt. That's how he bats, and he's effective on his day. He can get a quick 40, 30, very effective.
He's faced 20 deliveries for his 6, make that 21. He's on the back foot. He defends admirably and blocks it into the offside for no run. End of that over, Essex 126 for 8, and their lead over Yorkshire is 35, 2 wickets remaining.
Yes, we're not eating into too much time in the remainder of the afternoon either. So yeah, look, everybody's disappointed. We are used to winning games. We are used to fighting for trophies. We're basically out. I mean, numerically we could still qualify, but listen, we're not going to in the T20. We're struggling a little bit now. If we lose this would be bad news for Essex in the league table of the Championship. Best bowls. This is played with the spin, played into the leg side, finds the Aussie at mid wicket, sporting a sharp haircut, with his proudly wearing his Yorkshire 2's cap, and this has been bowled. A ball that's gone through. Did it keep low, or was it slightly quicker? He's not a through the air, a loopy off spinner. He's bowled it quite quickly, and Noah Thane has to depart. Playing the sweet shot. I'm just interested to see if it kept low, or he was done for a bit of pace and a little bit fuller, and therefore perhaps he shouldn't have played the sweet shot. We'll have a look any moment, but he's gone for 8 runs, bowled by Dom Bess. You have to say a reasonable bit of bowling, but Essex are on the verge then of being bowled out in their second innings. Only the sum of 23 runs are in the bank over Yorkshire.
It's difficult to say. Thane departs 8 for 42 deliveries faced, bowled by Dom Bess. Watching the replay, it's difficult to say whether it was a ball that kept low or it was too full for Thane to be pulling. Either way, he's got himself in a difficult position, and the ball's gone through and made a mess of his stumps behind. Yorkshire 1 wicket away from going into bat, and hopefully comfortably, you would suggest, knocking off that short innings lead that Essex possess. Khalil Ahmed, the new man out, the last man out for Essex at the crease. Wind's just picked up. You can see that on his jumper that he's wearing as he takes guard at the crease. But Yorkshire not letting up with the ball.
Can't tell you much about his batting. Batted in the first innings, and he is Essex's last hope. So Snater, and our Indian overseas player, who comes forward with an excellent forward movement, smothers the ball with a long reach, and it's a dot ball. Bess in again, slip and a back pad on the leg side, a little slower, outside off stump, left alone and through to the keeper, and there is no run. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what your captain says about your bowlers. I think you've played a cracking game, and you've shown it's played out to fine third man. They could have taken a single, but they haven't, because I think Snater knows there's just the odd ball left of this over, and he would like to face. And Bess bowling from the city end, what I call the walled garden, as Bess comes in, right arm over, and this is played on the front foot to conclude the over for Bess. A wicket taking over. He got the wicket of Noah Thane, who made a 50 in the first innings, and I think he only made 8 in this second. So,
correct, yeah.
You know, when you talk about Noah Thane's a good young raw cricketer. Is he going to affect games? He's going to have good days and learning days and days that don't go necessarily well. He's obviously got a little bit of a no ball problem. That needs to be rectified. He scored some runs down at 7 and 8. He's looked the part. He's a learning bowler. He's not a particularly old fella, so his body's learning to be accustomed to bowling overs. And you know, county cricket for a bowler most days is pretty painful. Yeah, you know, you're in the field,
yep,
and you can't get wickets. You're back in the field tomorrow. It's a learning thing, and it hurts bowling. If in the course of a season, if I could count how many times my body would feel brilliant, would be on one hand throughout the season. No, serious.
I can imagine. Honestly, no, I can imagine Jack White continuing from the rugby ground, and if you were to look up spread field in the dictionary, I would divert you to the picture that's in front of us here at Clifton Park. Understandably so.
You haven't got a slip. You're bowling to a number 10 that's got 6. Are you afraid? How many on the boundary? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, Adam Lythe's come into short extra cover. There's Jack White, back of a length, that's dropped into the offside. There's no run yet. I think that suggests that they're maybe wanting to get Khalil Ahmed on strike.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, they clearly see that Snater, you know, he's hang around. He's got that defensive side of his game in check. Don Bess just doing a signature, an autograph signature on the boundary rope to our left-hand side.
If it was me, I'd try and keep Yorkshire out here all afternoon as long. Don't get caught long on.
Oh, that one's got a bit of bounce. Good length delivery. It shot up towards Snater, who you might say just pulled out of that one in time. And it carried through nicely to Johnny Bairstow, no run.
Generally speaking, in the 2 days, we've had a little bit of cloud cover. Yesterday,
Yep.
2:36 or 6 at lunch, and in the afternoon the ball got flat. It was still overcast, but generally speaking, in the last 2 days, it's possibly, you would ask Johnny Bairstow. I can't comment, I wasn't here day 1 and 2. Has it done marginally a little bit more than that hour and a half yesterday afternoon?
Yeah, I think probably for me anyway, today there's been a bit more indifferent bounce from this pitch. I mean, we've questioned, I mean, we know it's a slow pitch, but we've questioned how much the wear and tear of county championship cricket might impact it. I don't think we've seen huge changes as the field now comes up for Snater. By my count, 2 balls of this Jack White over remaining.
I'm just going back quickly. Essex, in their first innings, Bess got 2 wickets. In Yorkshire's first innings, Harmer got 1 or 2. Harmer got 2. So the spinners had 4.
White over the wicket, and that one's a straight delivery that's turned into the leg side by Snater.
And then Bess in this innings has got 1 or
just
2.
The 1.
Yeah. So I thought, and the rumours that I investigated, people suggested this as a club surface could break up a little bit. Well, I don't think it has really. It's turned an occasional one for Harmer.
Yes.
Don't think it's really turned or been a Bunsen, and I don't think it would later this afternoon. So the groundsman's going to be pretty happy and impressed that the 4-day surface hasn't broken up.
White into Snater, comes down the wicket, shows aggression. 1 bounce 4 as he lofts that over the bowler's head. The field was up, Yorkshire trying to suffocate him and put Khalil Ahmed on strike. Well, the boundary may have come, but Ahmed will be on strike for this next over. And that's the aggression that Snater can show. And that's what Toppers was telling us about. He picks up 4 runs. Essex move on to 130 for 9 at the end of the 58th over.
Yep, 130 for 9. Who would have thought that? Yep. I'm just looking. Got a 4 o'clock update. We're plenty of the time away. Say to the parish of Essex. Now, we've had rain overnight there. We've badly needed rain, yes, we have. It's been unbelievable temperatures of late. Bess on his way in. He's bowling, and this is a decent ball, which could have been a single, but turned down.
I'm interested by that.
Yes, why doesn't Snater want that end? There's another 5 balls. Yes, I'm quite surprised by that. It's the Indian Test left armour, turned down a single. He's facing Bess again. And this outside off stump goes through to the keeper, where there is no run.
The sun is back out for those that aren't watching on the stream and listening online. We've had all weather here today. It's a flat delivery that's well defended by Ahmed. That's one thing that Dom does do, and we've seen that a lot in the white ball game, but as well here in County Championship cricket, he varies his pace.
Comes Bess, outside off stump, obviously just came back to the right-handed number 11, but it's left alone, and it obviously came back. There's a lot of oohs and ahs as it just missed the off stump. Bess waiting, changing the field. They're going to put another catcher in, I think, possibly at gully. Let's have a look. Yes, they've moved him from mid-wicket. So 4 men round the back, 2 in front of the eye line, and a slip in a gully. Bess in. This is driven, and it's gone straight over the man on the offside under the lid, and they're going to collect 2. No, they're not. Snater's turned it down and said we'll just take the 1. So the number 11's off, up and running. Snater to face, and there can't be that many balls left of the over. I'm trying to work that one out there.
I think Snater's...
he could have had the strike first ball to face 5.
He's seriously backing Ahmed, I think, by the looks of it. And subsequently, Yorkshire will spread the field with Snater on strike, and so fewer deliveries remaining in this over. In fact, this could be the final delivery of the over. So interesting rotation, or maybe lack of strike between these two at the moment.
131 for 9. I'm not going to use this as a reason, but there's a bit of lack of thought then. But we shall see. Maybe he's got a cunning plan as Mr. Snater. There's no one around the bat. There's a 45 saving 1, square leg tight on the 1. They don't want him getting a single. as Best comes in, and he's gone for it hard, and he's found the fielder, and there is no run. Southern with a very casual piece of fielding, good bit of fielding, and that is the end of the over. And Stater has to now watch Ahmed, the Essex number 11, face probably a decent seamer.
I can't say that plan has worked out for Essex in those last few deliveries. I mean, don't take nothing away from the shot. He's middled that Snater and he swept it, but he swept it straight to Will Sutherland, who in his time at Yorkshire has proven that he is a more than capable fielder. I think we're going to have a bit of a movement in the commentary box. Doge has just sprung upon us very quickly, as he does from nowhere. So I'll bid you both farewell. Toppers, thank you very much indeed. And I'll hand you over to Jonathan Doige.
He's always fancied himself as a bit of a James Bond, Jamie Rayner, coming out with that typical Bond line. I bid you farewell. And Jack White, he's coming into bowl now. Got him! That is the end of the Essex innings for 131. Khalil Ahmed, having taken that single in the previous over, succumbs to the first ball of Jack White's over, caught by Adam Lyth at second slip, straight in, and Essex are all out. 131 all out, and that means they'll have a lead of precisely 40. And Yorkshire, therefore, need 41 runs to win this match from a position that had looked a very, very difficult one a couple of days ago. Ahmed, the latest victim of Jack White, who will finish with 4 wickets. Ahmed gone for 1. His 10th delivery of that innings, and a superb effort with the ball by the host. Ben Code, 17 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 33. Jack White even 20.1 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 37. George Hill, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. Don Best, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10. Matthew Revis, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20. And Will Sutherland, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 11. And with Snater not out on 10 from 28, including a boundary and 2 leg byes, Yorkshire have gone through an entire match without a no ball or a wide, only conceding leg byes and extras across this match. And as I say, they've bowled Essex out for 131. They worked really hard. They've had varying conditions in which to take those wickets today. And they have now set themselves up with what should, Toppers, be a formality for picking up winning points here.
Well, am I on? Yes, I think I am. 41 runs to win a 4-day county championship fixture, which will live long in the memory, I'm afraid, because this is only the 2nd championship game ever played at York, and there's obviously a lot of controversy about the Kookaburra ball. But I was telling Jamie that Keith Fletcher, the Essex president, the former England captain, Essex captain, and he also coached England. Not always a favourite in Yorkshire, funny enough, but he was a magnificent captain. And he would say, and of course he used to play 3-day cricket, and then we moved to 4-day cricket. In 4-day cricket, you only have to bowl the opposition out cheaply once. And Yorkshire have done that in Essex's 2nd innings. And it's a disappointing 2nd innings. And it continued on from yesterday. Look, Essex did all right in day 1. It was hard work, and they got to a total. And they had Yorkshire on day 3, 236 for 6. And I think everyone that wears an Essex badge thought there's a great opportunity for an Essex lead. And sadly, it wasn't. It ended up being a huge deficit. And we've not really recovered from that. And we've been bowled out for 131 and leaving 41 runs to win for Yorkshire. There's no sign of rain. It's in fact beautiful sunny weather looking west with very little cloud. Very blustery, very windy. Flags are fluttering. But Jonathan, this is going to live long, because don't forget, Jonathan, you were at Chelmsford when you couldn't get Yorkshire over the line. Essex batted well to save the game. And this will be a little more sweeter tonight.
It will, yeah. It should, as we say, be a formality here, and it will be very sweet, I guess, having toiled away as they did on that final day, and just couldn't pick up that 10th and final wicket. And indeed, I can remember Anthony McGrath saying it felt like a win, without the points on the board. But ultimately he accepted that his team hadn't been good enough to win the match because they hadn't taken 20 wickets, and they had ample opportunity on that day to do so. But this time around they've nailed that. Different pitch, different circumstances, slightly differing teams, and it's looking like a different result.
There are three good mates there, really. You've got Anthony McGrath, Mickey Lewis, who was the Essex bowling coach. He's now Yorkshire's bowling coach. Anthony McGrath left Essex, came back to Yorkshire, and he brought Mickey with him. And Chris Silverwood returned. Good mates, all of them. But tonight it will potentially be a very difficult, hard journey for Silverwood and the boys. A good 4-hour journey back down the A1, and that's going to be quite difficult. I mean, I'm an Essex fan, and it hurts. As I've just witnessed 5 difficult sessions on the bounce, or four to be where we are. So after lunch it was a difficult session, and then the evening session yesterday was difficult. This morning wasn't particularly great, and we've been bowled out for 131. So 4 sessions on the trot. And they often talk about 4-day cricket. You only lose and have 1 bad session, you're chasing the game. But Essex, it's been a really, really difficult 4 sessions, and we are, from an Essex point of view, playing for pride here. Playing for pride as in your own game. As a bowler, you want to look good. For whatever overs, you have an opportunity to perform to try and prevent Yorkshire getting those 41 runs. Playing for pride, personal pride.
Yep, expecting Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean to be out there in a couple of minutes' time, with Yorkshire needing then 41 runs to win. It's been a difficult season so far. There's still lots of talk and predictions that the competition goalposts are going to be changed anyway. Reduced cricket next year would likely take promotion and relegation out of the equation, but you can only play the cards he dealt, and at the moment, the way things are set, as we've said coming into the match, Yorkshire second bottom, Essex third bottom, Worcestershire going well, of course, this week, so that cramps up the bottom end of the First Division table as it is, and just puts a bit of extra on the matches that remain this season, and in Yorkshire's case, that is 5 more, 2 at Scarborough, 1 at Taunton, 1 at Hove, and then 1 back at Headingley to complete the season. We'll see. We'll take a quick breather, toppers, for a moment or two before they come back out for the denouement.
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. I'm here at the other end. Thanks. To say really, sadly for Essex, they were bowled out in their second innings for 131 all out. Only one notable partnership, and that was over 50 between. There wasn't really much to say, and even straight after tea, Yorkshire were in search of just 41 runs to win this game.
We should have a quid in. Quid in. Quid in. Doesn't chucking his cash around. Yeah.
Welcome back from Clifton Park, York, then for the final countdown really. Yorkshire needing 41 runs to win this match with all 10 wickets, second innings wickets standing. Finlay Bean and Adam Lyth making their way out to the middle as Essex get into a huddle. Chris Silverwood leaves the field of play, and there'll be a few words of resolution. Toppers off the air has just been calling for body language from Essex, showing the right attitude. Even if you do go down to defeat. And I think that's the only way. That's a professional way, isn't it, Toppers?
It is indeed, yes. Yeah. As a professional, is my mic on?
It is.
It is. From a professional point of view, you're always playing for personal pride, always. You know, everyone's allowed to lose, and no one has a divine right to win. But you have an attitude where you want to be the best you can. You go out there and you shake hands and say well played to them, but I want them to remember that fella, hey, he bowled well, he didn't give his wicket away, he's a good fielder. You're playing for personal pride all the time. So if I was one of the Essex bowlers, I want to walk off this afternoon with a little 2-foot, or with a bit of luck a 3-foot. Okay, we're not going to win, but you know, you never know in Essex. But come on, Essex are not going to win this. There's not going to be a Surrey 14 all out. They happen once every century.
Here's Shane Snater then for the first ball of Yorkshire's second innings, round the wicket to the left-handed Adam Lyth from the rugby ground end, defended into the offside. Two lefties, of course. Opening the batting for Yorkshire, Essex, for what it appears to be worth, have gone with 2 slips, a leg slip. There's Khalil Ahmed down at long leg doing some warm-up stretches. Noah Thane is at mid-wicket. Matt Critley at mid-on. Tom Wesley mid-off. Jordan Cox in the covers plus a point. Snater's in again, and it's Point who comes into play here. That is Charlie Allison with a tumbling stop. That's not going to stop Adam Lyth getting through for the first run, so 40 needed.
Yeah, Finley Bean, here of this parish. I know he wasn't born here. He plays his cricket here. How proud would he be to walk off with a red inker, having seen Yorkshire over the line to win the game? That's quite important in this, playing for personal pride again. Wouldn't he like to do that? Meanwhile, Shane Snater's changed ends, so he's going to bowl to try and help his away swing, which allows the Indian Test left armour to bowl from the other end.
Yep, Bean turns that one to leg, Thane round to field. Lyth was down backing up, but it's sent back. Yeah, I'm sure he'd love to be here for a nice little red inker to finish things off. He was saying after his 224 at Trent Bridge last week that although this is not his first club that he went to play cricket at, he's been here for, I think his words were, about a decade now, and they've been great with him. I'm sure just a little bit of reward would be nice for him to be still there at the end, and probably even nicer if he hit the winning run or runs to get across the line. Bit of work to do first. Snater in and bowling, and Bean pushing forward, the ball rolling back after he pushed at that, away from the stumps. Harmer up from second slip to field. No run, as you can tell. The wind continues to be pretty fierce here. The two flags on the pole away to our right are blowing out quite strongly, and I'll be able to adjust the noise levels, but some of it might be picked up off our microphones anyway that are on our headsets as Snater runs in, and Bean gets a thickish outside contact on that one down to third man, and he's going to pick up If I can just ask you to sit down, Toppers, that might just help. Maybe cutting a bit out of the wind off with the glass next to your right hand side.
Three without loss, chasing 41 for a win. Snater on his way in. 2 slips and a leg slip waiting, but it's a no ball. And I think, no ball. And
that'll help.
That's 1 for the over. I think it was generally for height.
Yeah.
Where would you like
Yorkshire,
me to sit?
No, just it might just help. That's all. There is some glass around about this level.
Are you suggesting I'm a bit like a sail?
I don't know about that. I thought sails were thin.
Oh,
You're tall like a sail. 5 without loss. Snater in and Bean shoulders arms and leaves that one. It might just help, that's all. I'm just thinking of our listener,
yes. Yes.
as opposed to anybody else.
What do you have those at Scarborough? Not wind cheaters. What do they call them? Windbreaks.
Windbreaks. Yeah,
Don't
we could.
they,
Yeah,
at
we
the
could do it.
seaside?
Yeah, if we hammered one of those in, we might have a chance.
It's been
But it
lovely.
is outground cricket, folks, and you know
is.
you all love it, and you often call for it. So, I guess these are the things that you've got to accept when you're listening to a broadcast from an outground. 5 without loss after 1.
I've been here for 2 days, okay? Paul Newton, our friend who was here for 2 days prior to me, he loved it here. I'm going to say, publicly if I may, because we don't know how long this game's got left, but it's going to be Khalil Ahmed bowling from the right end, which is helping his left arm in swing, and that's a good delivery where it's played on the back foot out to backward point where there is no run. I've really enjoyed it. I was looking forward to it, and I haven't been. It's just been great. It's lovely ground. The community here is what makes it, as in all the outgrounds. So, well done to everybody associated with this sports complex, the rugby and the cricket ground here at Clifton Park. As this is, there's a nick is there, he's gone up for it, but the umpire isn't interested. It may have clipped the top of the pad, as it's gone through on the offside through to the keeper, but to no avail. Not out, 5 without loss. You'll probably say something in due course, but from my point of view, it's just lovely to be here. The groundsman's done a terrific job. The place looks terrific. Everybody should be very proud of York Cricket Club. I'm kind of envious about having an outground. We used to love Colchester, another Roman town. Khalil Ahmed in and bowls quite straight, manipulated into the leg side where Jordan Cox does the fielding, no run.
We don't mention Colchester as Leeds United supporters.
I remember that. Yeah, absolutely. Do you remember?
No.
But you just heard about it.
before my conscious memory. Yeah, I was alive, but I don't actually remember it. But I just remember.
Was it Mickey Walker?
For years afterwards, it was Ray Crawford who got all 3 goals, wasn't it?
Khalil Ahmed in bowls and just clipped round the leg side to Jordan Cox, no run, who enjoyed his cricket.
Good to hear.
He was a decent cricketer.
Well, at least that's one positive out of the out of the day.
You've got to let it go. Somewhere you've got to let that famous Colchester victory go.
No, it's fine. It's all forgotten and.
It's Khalil Ahmed on his way in, wind coming over his left shoulder, bowls a decent delivery, plays a bit of football, but he can't chip it up to collect it with his left hand.
I mean, at the time, actually, that was an enormous shot, wasn't it, in the context of what the standing of the 2 teams. The sort of shot that you probably couldn't have now, I'd suggest, with the way that the FA Cup's played, because a lot of teams end up under strength, don't they? And
They do, yeah.
Leeds were full, more or less full team that day.
What was it? As Khalil Ahmed comes in, decent ball on a length. This time his foot skills are better. It's the end of the over. Decent ball, well played, Adam Live. 5 without loss after 2 overs. Another great giant killer was it Hereford Newcastle?
I think I'm
Hereford?
right in saying, didn't that end up as a draw?
Wasn't there a very famous long-range shot?
Yeah, Ronnie Radford.
Ronnie Radford, was it?
Was it not a draw? And then
I thought they put Newcastle out.
did they? You might be right. Again, it was. I've seen the goal many times. I feel like I was there, but I wasn't, and don't actually remember it. On the day it happened or anything. Too young.
Have you always been a Leeds United fan?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Finley Bean. Not sure where his footballing loyalties lie, if anywhere, but he is tapping his bat and waiting for Shane Snater. Bean on 2 at the moment. And he waits, and Snater in there and bowls, and Finley, nice full face of the blade, drives to Tom Wesley, mid-off, no run.
So Essex are at home Friday night to Gloucestershire, who have just picked up a couple of points. Essex are bottom, I think, in our section. And then Essex go to the Oval against the mighty Surrey on Sunday.
India 184 for 3 in the test, by the way, as Snater bowls, and Bean pushes this one out square on the offside, no run.
Just talking about the test, and we've got a few of our colleagues listening down beside you. I read somewhere that there was a suggestion Carse may have been injured. Has he bowled a decent amount of overs?
Let's have a quick look.
That's a nightmare to lose one of your proper bowlers on day one, if that was the case. So I'm asking on behalf of England.
He's bowled 11 so far. That's more than all but Chris Wokes on his home ground, as Bean defends back to the bowler Shane Snater, and there is no run down at Surrey against Durham. Durham 204 without loss in their second innings. 2-1 Hereford, says Dave Fernley, so you were right. They won that match. Way back in whatever it was, 71-2, something like that, wasn't it? So Durham 253 runs behind with all 10 second innings wickets standing, but not a lot of time to get another 200 odd. Has been pushes another one back to Shane Snater, no run. Somerset are 79 runs ahead at Taunton against Nottinghamshire. They're 209 for 4 in their second innings. Again,
that's a draw then.
It looks like it, unless there was a massive second half of the innings collapse for Somerset.
I'm right in saying Nottinghamshire have not won at Taunton for something like 25 years.
Snater in again over the wicket to Bean, plays that into his pad, rolls out into the offside, no run. Hampshire are 214 behind Worcestershire, but they still have 6 second innings wickets intact, so they're holding Worcestershire at the moment. Completely out of the woods. If the pairs can find 6 good nuts between now and the end of the match. Warwickshire 236 for 3. They're 118 in front of Sussex. Again, looks like it's heading for a draw at this stage. Has been plays one square on the offside. Allison doesn't take it quite cleanly, and that will be a single to Finley, taking his score to 3. Yorkshire 2-6 without loss. That is the end of Shane Snater's over, and 3 now complete in this Yorkshire second innings. In the match at Canterbury, Kent 82 for 4 in their second innings. There'll be a few nerves around, I'm sure. They're playing Northants, of course. 74 behind still, with just the 6 wickets remaining. Still a session to go. If you don't bat well, you could be in bother. At Chesterfield, Lancs, of course, won that one by 261 runs against Derbyshire. Gloucestershire leading by 47 toppers, but they're 6 down in their second innings. They're in danger against Glamorgan. And already Middlesex, of course, won by an innings against Leicestershire.
Shakil Ahmed bowls. This has gone up in the air. It's a top edge as he's swivelling around to play it, and I think he's been quite fortuitous there. That's quite a lucky shot. He wasn't certainly playing there. He's dummied everybody as it's gone down to third man. He was looking to play on the leg side, but he's got a top edge and it's gone over third slip, fourth slip, run down to the pavilion for 4. Fortuitous 10 for no wicket.
Yeah, didn't know too much about it, did he?
So 2 slips, a gully and a ring on the offside. Khalil Ahmedin bowls. Decent delivery, searching, probing. Finley Bean comes forward and plays with the full face of the bat up to mid-off, no run. Many people written in?
Good question. Howard Ray. 3 very good days at Clifton Park. Unfortunately wasn't able to see it out today, but I've got the consolation of the coverage on YouTube. Well, this was obviously a while ago, because it would feel better if they nipped the tail out. That, of course, is done, and hopefully you're feeling more confident about life now, Howard.
Ahmed in bowls, decent delivery, little straight, moved in to negotiate it to square leg where there is a single. Jordan Cox can't prevent it. He moves from mid-wicket to square leg and there is another run.
I think Hodgson also corroborates the Hereford score, 2-1 against Newcastle, way back when. Mike Scott says, thanks for dealing with my jet lag each morning over the last few days, and today I come back from a walk around Vancouver Harbour listening to you, and it looks like we're about to win. It's a bit like Scarborough, but fewer seagulls.
This is bowled and played well into the offside all the way up to mid-off, and there is no run. There's a subtle difference, I think, between Scarborough, having played there, and having visited now York. There was one very big casino in Scarborough. Well, there used to be.
Is there?
Back in the playing days. I don't think there's one here. Scarborough was famous during the Ward Trophy, the Asda Trophy, whatever they were all those years ago. Khalil Ahmed comes in, outside off stump through to the keeper. It's a decent pace, and it was a no ball. Essex were guilty in the first innings of, I think, bowling 11 no balls. Khalil Ahmed and Noah Thane were the main...
well, he was the main culprit, Khalil.
Yeah. Just, I can remember that. Sun's gone behind one of those fast moving clouds, lots of blue sky, trees are moving in the wind all around this ground, some big trees forced off the back foot. They're looking for a single, but the ball bounced nicely for Charlie Allison at backward point. There is no run. Game at St Peter's, York, using the next door cricket ground. The Alliance cricket ground has finished. 4 teams under 15s have travelled up, I presume, are staying in the boarding accommodation at St Peter's. They haven't been affected too much by the weather, I'm sure, as we haven't. Khalil Ahmed in, good delivery, good shot, straight out, powerfully hit, driven to mid-off, no run. Tom Wesley, the captain, does the fielding. Players are jogging through, and we're going to see another over, I'm sure, bowled by Shane Snater.
Looking that way, just picking up on a bit of correspondence from earlier. Paul says he just listened to the heart-rending words about Essex's lack of key bowlers, but Yorkshire have missed 2 arguably more significant players for nearly the whole season in Root and Brook. And it's the Essex batting strength that's currently being demolished. And many county sides miss players to international duties, he says. Yeah. Root and Brook obviously not Yorkshire players anymore, they're centrally contracted. We have this conversation many times a season, don't we?
Strength in depth, have to.
Here is Snater bowling to Bean, who pushes to mid-off. And there is no run. Glenn Jarvis asks about points for the draw and win. This is turning out to be exciting, but there's some shockingly dull games, he says, going on in this round, especially Surrey and Kent. I know there's plenty of talk about the ball, but I don't think so many points for a draw, or the fact there aren't more points for a win help matters.
Oh, who is this?
This is Glenn Jarvis.
I love you, Glenn Jarvis.
Snater is in, and Bean turns that one to leg, no run.
Can I tell you why?
Steady on, toppers.
Can I tell you why?
You can.
I have been harping on about it for years. I think a win should get more than 16 points. I really do. Keep the bonus points if you want, but I think a win should get much, much more. We need teams to play and go for the win, even if that means not erring on the side of caution.
Snater to Bean, who blocks once again, and there is no run.
I would go 20 or I haven't had a drink, or 25 for a win.
Really?
For a win. It's all about winning. And maybe we would have more entertaining games if there was 25 points at stake.
If you call now, you might get a doctor's appointment in about a month. As Snater is in and round the wicket, and Bean, bat into pad. And no run. Finley on 8. Score on 13.
Just as well I've got that rhino hide.
Oh. Topper's head's just come off.
Go on, tell me, why shouldn't there... Give me a reason why you shouldn't have more points for a win. Give me rationale, why?
Snater in and bowling, and Bean strokes to Critley at mid-on, and there's no run. I'm certainly not averse to offering points for a win that are greater. I mean, okay, let's go back to football. So for years there was 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw, wasn't it? They put it up to 3 to encourage teams to go for the win, to pick up an extra point in addition to that. So yeah, I wouldn't be averse to the weighting of the point system being more heavy on the win, and certainly 16 and 8 is not a situation I've been happy with. Dot ball off the last of the over. 16 and 5, didn't have a strong argument against that. Again, the weighting is much more for a win. More than 3 times as many points as you get for the draw. 16 and 6, I've said might be a little bit of a compromise, but you're still getting 10 points more for your efforts over the 4 days than you are.
So if you save the game and you
for the draw,
you save a game. I struggle with it. You save the game, you're 9 down, and you pick up the draw, which is the same amount. The team that dominated the game obviously might have a few more extra bonus points, but I think you should reward good play. And if you win a game, I think you should get plenty of points. Live comes forward, plays it up to mid-on where Critley fields, and there is no run. Khalil Ahmed running in hard. This is his second opportunity, bowled in the first innings. Mixed results, to be honest. Bowled a lot of boundary balls which were carved through the offside from third man to cover. 15 in fact, where he only recorded 3 on the leg side. Ahmed in, this is pulled, and it's missed, and it's gone through to the keeper. Good base, but alas, it's a no ball. So he's going to have to re-bowl it, and Yorkshire get the benefit of a run in charity.
They're in danger, aren't they, of getting halfway towards this in no balls, the way things are going at the minute.
Might be causing a small bit of issue for him. He's got the wind over his left shoulder, helping his in swinger or away swinger to the left-hander. This is cut. There's a little bit of width. That's a good shot. He's used the pace as Adam Lythe, and he's placed it between the gully and the backward point, and that's raced away to our pavilion, right beneath, which is the players' pavilion here at York, and that was a very, very skilled shot.
Yeah, you've got to try and get Adam driving. That's the way. Might nick you off. You can nip it about a bit, but certainly not bowling it there.
Short ball played on the back foot quite straight, so he manipulates it into the leg side. There's a man back on the hook. They will take the single. They saunter through for the 1. The score becomes 20. So we're nearly halfway to the required runs. This will be quite punishing if it's a 10-wicket victory. 6 need some wickets for some pride here.
It'd make a huge difference to them if they got 2 or 3.
It would to your individual performance, yeah. It would. Decent ball, slightly pitched up, where it's cannoned from his inside edge onto his pad and out onto the offside. Walter does the fielding. Walter's not done much in this game. You've got Critley, who's just short of a few runs. Just being honest, your season at the end of the day is how you affect games and what's your volumes of runs. This time outside off stump through, decent pace, and there is no run. End of the over. No, it's not. No, it's not. The umpire's moving. I think he's gone to look at the front crease to check the front line.
Traps is asking if you played with his good friend Chris Gladwin.
I did. The Governor, his nickname was. Do you know what? He had a season, I think it was 1983 or 84, where he looked as good, if not better, than Graham Gooch. This was driven up to mid-on. He had a phenomenal season. He would slay another noble. Oh dear. Chris Gladwin would slay Malcolm Marshall, Sylvester Clark. One particular season, and then he went off the boil. Played a lot of minor counties cricket for Suffolk. But good old boy, Essex boy, came from sort of the Romford area. Played for Essex for 5 or 6 seasons, but had one phenomenal season. This is cut, square, it's beat it, backward point, run away for 4. So Khalil has bowled 2 no balls and also 2 fours that have gone down right beneath us here at Clifton Park, York Cricket Club. So well on the way to a win, 22 without loss. We've had 6 overs. Do you remember the name, Cliff?
No.
There was a Cliff Gladwin who played for Derbyshire, very fast bowler, no relation, but Chris Gladwin was an opening batsman for Essex. I think he may have had a couple of trial games at the end of his career for Derbyshire.
Sorry. Shane Snater is continuing at the rugby ground end, round the wicket to Lyth, who solidly blocks this one. Uncle Tone, who is in York, says it was white ball cricket that got me interested again, but watching this match has got my red ball interests up too.
Correct.
I've worked out there's one difference. Red ball cricket is subtle, white ball cricket isn't.
Okay, that's fair. Can't really argue with that. Yeah. To hear that he continues with his interest in red ball.
Snater in again, and Lyth drives wide of Wesley at mid-off. Ball's not going to quite have the legs. Wesley with the slide stops it in front of the marquee. Lyth obviously as well has been struggling a bit with a calf injury, and so he's happy to settle for a 2 there. I think we're up to date with your communications, folks, and thanks for all of that. As we move towards this one's conclusion, 13 runs required by Yorkshire. Snater makes his way in again into the teeth of the wind as Lyth turns this one to leg, and Noah Thane tries to run down the wicket at the non-striking end, or throw down the wicket. Lyth on 8, 12 for Finlay Bean, and the rest in extras. 4 no balls now, I think I'm right in saying. And they get across the line, the Yorkies, without loss. Snater trying to change what is looking that way with a delivery to Lyth, but he turned it to Critley in the onside, and no run. So Essex with 3 points from this match. It's looking like that's the only 3 points they're going to get. Yorkshire, of course, have got 4 bonus points, and then looking like they're going to add a further 16 to that for the win.
You're going to leapfrog us, won't you?
Well, let's have a look at that as Snater comes in and bowls then to Lyth, fading away down the leg side, and there is no run. So Yorkshire would move on to 95 and Essex to 91. So yes, that would be the case, and we'll have to see what happens with regard to the Hampshire match. Worcestershire, the rustle of trees away on the secret garden side of the ground. Snater in and bowling again. Lythe, this one dying down the leg side. Nicely taken with a tumble by Michael Pepper. There's no run. I always call it the secret garden. It's just got one of those lovely red brick walls. I bet it took a bit of building, that wall.
Yeah.
And it's a long old wall, and
You could
what do you reckon, 10 feet? It's got to be 10 feet high,
yeah, I
hasn't
think you're right. I think you're right. You could imagine back in the day there would be some very prosperous people living on the other side of the garden. The only thing I'd regret about that garden and that garden wall is that if it was mine, I would make a gate, a nice gate, an arched wooden gate in that wall, and that would be my private entrance to the cricket ground, eh? Would you like that? A nice wooden gate.
Or the Topley entrance.
Yes.
The Topley gate.
Khalil Ahmed bowls, good delivery there to Finley Bean, who comes forward and just plays it back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, I feel that the gate, any gate in there should be wooden with an arched top to it. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, nice piece of oak, ideally. Yeah. Oh, very nice. Comes Khalil Ahmed, short cut, but it's fielded a backward point by Charlie Allison. There is no run. Some specimen trees here and there.
Yeah, I imagine it's probably quite a nice garden behind it. Maybe there'll probably be a veg patch in there somewhere, something like that. Might have been maybe a water feature.
You can see through the trees a little bit of a glass house, and I presume that is quite a brick build. Well, it's going to be a nice greenhouse, isn't it? But it's a glass house. This time it's a short ball down the leg side. One for the over signalled by the umpire to Khalil Ahmed. Can you see the greenhouse? The louvres or
yes.
the ventilation windows are open, so that's quite a substantial glass house, greenhouse, probably brick built. Of course, you have to clean those avidly once, twice a year, don't you? If you don't, it might upset your tomatoes and your peppers and whatever. This is forced off the back foot to mid-off, no run.
You obviously sound like you know what you're talking about, Toppers. I won't have a clue, really. I remember frogs in Dad's greenhouse when I was growing up.
Yeah.
And frogs hopping around most of the time.
I've bought some ladybirds. I mean, strangely, I have.
You
bought
bought some ladybirds?
Well, a little while ago, and we put them out on the various areas of the garden, especially the veg area and especially near the roses and apple trees, as this has a short ball ducked through to the keeper, no run.
Rishabh Pant's out, caught Crawley bowled Bashir for 25, India 208 for 4 in the 61st over at Edgbaston. England stuck them in, didn't they, I believe?
Well, yeah. Probably follow that a bit tomorrow.
I certainly will be.
Yeah, we're talking about it. Yeah, ladybirds get rid of aphids and they help veggies and flowers. So that's a good shot. Short, he was waiting for it. And Finley Bean on his home surface here at York Cricket Club has murdered that through the onside punch pull. Good shot, just short of a length. He was onto it like a flash. Very good shot indeed. 32 for no wicket.
Yep, we've seen the end of Shane Snater for the match, I would imagine, because it looks as though Noah Thane is going to bowl his first spell of Yorkshire's second innings, probably his only spell, given that they now need 9 runs to win here, Yorkshire. And what a difference a day or two makes to vary that song title. Thane to bowl to Lythe here then, who's on 8. Finley Bean has twice as many, plus those no balls. Sun just in for the moment, which is helping us with the view from here on the balcony as Thane comes in round the wicket. Lythe pulls aerially, 1 bounce and 4. He moves on to 12. Yorkshire on to 36. And 5 runs to win, folks, for the hosts. Just now responded to that by sending Matt Critley back, but Noah Thane's loosener has disappeared. 19 overs for 97 in the first innings, did pick up a wicket. Here comes Thane again, live this time, like the top pro he is, just working it into that yawning gap created by Critchley's move to the edge. Picks up a single. 13 to Adam, 37 without loss. 4 to win. Nobody is leaving. Oh, I say that, and then I look to the left, and actually a couple of people have got up and are moving round. Maybe they'll stick themselves near the clubhouse for the last rites here, because that is now what it is at Clifton Park in York, as Noah Thane moves in. Short ball pulled by Bean. Is this going to be the moment? No. Khalil Ahmed down at long leg feels that's just the one. Bean punches his bat. He might not get another chance to finish it, and I'm sure he would have loved that. This venue, he's on to 17. 38 without loss, Yorkshire. In pockets from the Essex boys. The Yorkies are about to climb out of the relegation zone, if indeed that will continue to exist. Thane comes in again. Lyth works off his legs. Not going to pick up a boundary for this either. Another single to him, now 14. 39 without loss. Finley will get another chance with 2 to win. And they're doing a bit of gardening still, the pair of them. Not sure what Adam Lyth can say to Finley Bean at this stage, but I think he's just said something. Don't give it away, maybe. Thane comes in, past umpire Goff. Bean works off his legs. They're going to go through for another single, taking his score to 18. And the scores are now level. Adam Lyth be the man to finish it off. Well, it's looking that way. Thane's got one left, I think, in the over.
The championship wins don't come too frequently. They really don't. And they're always well deserved over the 4 days. And this is the moment that Yorkshire fully deserve this victory.
Here's Thane. Lyth drives down the ground. And that is that. Adam Lyth, will it go for the boundary to finish things off? No, not quite. It's been reeled in, so they'll finish on 42 without loss. A 10-wicket win for Yorkshire. An 88th win in the history of first-class cricket against Essex, and it brings to an end a run of 6 matches without a win since that second game of the season against Worcestershire at Headingley. And these 11 players, well, they've put the York back in Yorkshire. Well done to Johnny Bairstow, Anthony McGrath and the boys, and hopefully we'll hear plenty from them come the end of this match. A first win as well on this venue, at this venue in first-class cricket for Yorkshire. Of course, the one previous match they lost to Warwickshire by 3 wickets back in 2019. I think we've generally accepted, as Toppers has said, that we've had a very good few days here, and the organisation has been really good. They've looked after us well. From Yorkshire's point of view, obviously, that will be the icing on the cake, because, as you say, championship wins don't come easy, and for Yorkshire, they don't come easy against Essex in recent history. And let's just get these two as they come off the field of play. Adam Lyth and Finley Bean. Lyth with an 80-odd first time around, and he's come off with another 100 runs or so to his name in this one. Finley Bean, well, he was the batting hero of last week, but in this match itself, of course, the game turned really with that partnership on day 3. between Matthew Revis with that magnificent 150 and Ben Code. Also a career best for him of 89, 169 run, 9th wicket partnership, and you could almost feel the energy drain out of Essex from that point on, and they haven't been able to raise it sufficiently, Toppers, on this final day to get out of the big hole that they dug themselves in.
No, 4 bad sessions for him, and that's resulted in a heavy loss, and Yorkshire fully deserve it. I'm just looking at the emotions of the contrast of the 2 different teams, but Johnny Bairstow must be really pleased with his troops. They've shown a lot of fight, a lot of character, and they've won a championship fixture, and they've won it, and it's a hard toil to win a championship fixture. So well played to Johnny Bairstow, to Mags, Anthony Maguire, and to the Yorkshire folk and the Yorkshire players. Well done. Most enjoyable. Thank you for your company. To Jamie and to Jonathan Doidge, I've thoroughly enjoyed my 2 days here, and I certainly will be going home with my tail between my legs.
Thanks, Toppers. Just to recap on that league table then. I've got the ESPN Cricinfo table in front of me. Perhaps I should have the BBC one, because that might be more up to the moment. Let's have a look. No, it's not. So Yorkshire got 4 bonus points, taking them to 75, and then 16 for the win. They should be on 91 now. Essex, the 3 bonus points takes them to 88. So Yorkshire, if I've got my maths right, will move above Essex into 8th place and have 3 points in hand of them. Still a lot of cricket to be played, of course. 5 championship fixtures still to come. Essex are playing who next, Toppers?
Gloucestershire Friday at home, Surrey, which is a local derby for us, on Sunday.
And your next championship match in 2 or 3 weeks' time?
I shall look at my diary.
Okay. And Yorkshire, well, of course, next championship action will be at Scarborough. Back-to-back matches there in back-to-back weeks against Surrey, first of all, and then Sussex. And do get yourself to Scarborough if you can and support them as well over there. 2 Kookaburra matches to come. We've seen that wins are possible with the Kookaburra, so hope that puts a few on the Scarborough gate. But more immediately, I'm going to be back with Graham Colley on Friday night for Yorkshire versus Worcestershire in the T20 Blast back at Headingley, the Vitality Blast. And also a shout out for Jamie Rayner, because he's got the cricket show tomorrow night on BBC Radio Leeds, when I'm sure he's going to be basking in the glory of Yorkshire's success here. So there'll be more interviews to follow and lots of chat about all of that. That's 6:05 on BBC Radio Leeds on Thursday evening through until 7 o'clock. Hope you can join Jamie through BBC Sounds or through BBC Radio Leeds. Thanks everybody then. Thanks for your company, folks, as well, and all your interactions over the last few days. Just to remind you, Yorkshire 10 wicket winners here, and they're out of the relegation zone. From Clifton Park, from Toppers and Jamie and myself, it's good afternoon.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.